Flashlight off. Microphone check. Microphone check. That's kind of low. It's kind of low. All right, microphone check. Peace, Thirsty. Yeah, I made a mistake and logged off. That's kind of low. You dig? I made a mistake and logged off. I'm so damn mad. I'm tired of talking to dumb niggas that don't read at all. Nothing. Just go off what they believe. I'm tired of stupid niggas, man. Like, we're in 2022. Everything's online. But you want to wait till Unbiased Sports looked up for you before you want to look into it. You wait for me. So I sent this crazy nigga something on, I'm going to go to marijuana, right? So let's just leave the other BlackOlogy talk alone. Let's just go to pure, hey, man, peace, Brennan. Hey, yo, I want to, look, I'm going to put the link in there because I want, if y'all are ready and able, I want people to, you know, to hop in this on this one. I don't want to be the main one talking here. I want some feedback here. I want honest feedback. If I'm wrong, or I'm not wrong because it's just what I read. But if you disagree, fine, no problem. But what I don't appreciate is niggas with no information disagreeing with history I read. Like, dude, what do you have to say I'm wrong? I'm reading you history. So either it's wrong, my source is crazy, and you got the correct source, or shut the fuck up and learn, nigga. Right. Yo, they act like science. They act like everything about marijuana isn't already documented. They act like this is a drug that scientists don't touch. It's only the smokers. Exactly. And look, I'm having a conversation with the brother because I'm the godfather of his daughter. And I'm real cool with his family. So look, it's annoying because he does not read at all. He'll read shit. Okay. And he can't keep up with me because I am a lover of information. Like, listen, what you guys got to admit, I'm involved with a lot of different talking points. I mean, my portfolio is very diverse. It's very diverse. I could talk about a lot of shit, freestyling, like no notes, no YouTube, no. So I'm at his house with no notes, no Google. We just talking. I'm at the top. So the different subjects I'm able to like come off the top on without any Google, you know, to help me with my points. I'm just off the top. It's amazing how I can go from hip hop to sovereign citizenship to nation Islam to some real political shit to LLC to business. Like, just name it. Like, how many talking points yeah, when it comes to Egypt, I don't know shit about, I don't know too much about that. Fine, whatever. Or West Africa, okay, cool. Cool. You got me there. But when it comes to shit about America, I'm on almost every subject. You dig? Okay, the country I live in that impact my life and directly affected. Oh yeah, I'm in on most conversations. You dig? And definitely the most important ones. Right, but swear. So Thirsty said this is annoying. It's like, why? He said, but swear they right. That's what I say. I know a little about a lot. Yeah, exactly, and that's good to be the jack of all trades. You dig? That's great because you're in the conversation and you'll Google what you don't know later or during that time. You don't need to know everything. You need to know enough to be in a conversation. And wherever you think you lack at, you shut the fuck up. You open your phone, you Google some shit, and you get back in the conversation. You dig? Like niggas be knowing they don't know anything. So where can I start? Okay, so like I said, I first talked about BlackOlogy amongst black people, dumb niggas. They really think they can go accomplish some shit by themselves, just exclusively for blacks, without any help, anybody else, any other nationality. They think they could go by themselves in this country or anywhere in the world and just them by themselves just accomplish some shit, some miraculous shit, some, you know, some important shit. It's like, dude, what history have you ever paid attention to? Everybody include other motherfuckers. Yo, have you realized Germany, when they tried to take over the fucking world, they had Japan with them? Japan people are not you know, blonde hair, blue eyes. They're the Japanese with them. You need allies, you stupid niggas. Can y'all tell me when black Americans were successful in America without the help of other nations? Give me a time and point where black people were successful at something without, don't you dare mention Black Wall Street, you niggas. I hope you say that shit. I'm gonna embarrass the fuck out you. Nigga. I got books on Black Wall Street. Don't you act like white folks wasn't involved in that shit. Don't you do that. I know about the Black Titan, A.G. Gaston. You dig? Who was never talked about on these social platforms. Yeah, so again, give me an event where black folks were successful at it in this country without the involvement of other nationalities. You're going other racial groups. You're going to need, and look, that's some retarded shit. Because when Hispanics want some shit done in this country, they come to black folks. When the LGBTQIA+, when they want some shit done, they go to black folks. And they probably don't give a fuck about Black America. All they know is that we need this agenda, you know, put in the forefront, and we got some shit to get done, and we need black folks to help us with numbers. These docile, dumb niggas. The women's suffering group or the feminist group, right? Who they go to when they want help to spread their cause, and they need protesters and niggas, mascots, basically. Everybody comes to black people in this country when they want to push their bullshit agenda. But black folks going to reinvent the wheel. We're going to make it exclusively black power. And nothing ever got done for those goofy niggas. But other black people, right, the ones that got shit done, like Dr. King, the civil rights era, they were smart enough to include everybody that was willing and fit the description, right? The description is whoever has similar experiences were invited to take, you know, to participate in the march. And they had mass numbers. Let me look that in there. And they had mass. So let me put the link back. The link is in there, by the way, if anybody want to click on. I'm trying to rant all night. I'm inviting anybody to come in and chop it up with me. Hey, Brendan, peace. So maybe Brendan mic ain't on you just yet, but whenever you're ready, Brendan, cut me off. No problem. But you need allies, all right? We're not going to reinvent the wheel. So I also pointed out that even in black society, none of us are in code or nothing. There's no community standard. And I
peace, somebody, hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. Yep.
Oh man, it's been a minute. Peace, brother.
Yes, sir. Peace,
man.
Oh
man. dude, I hear your rant. I'll give you an example. We you know, when the BlackOlogists talking about the Pan-African, they're Pan-African. I just asked one last week. I was like, hey, you're Pan-African. Have you been keeping up with this recent trip from the Secretary of State, the U.S. Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken? That was he's basically taking an entire U.S. convoy right through multiple African nations, right, on the continent.
Yeah.
And it was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I was like, dude, Anthony Blinken, he's a serious dude. This guy was in the Situation Room when they killed Osama bin Laden guy. You know, are you, what are you doing? Right? Are you you're a Pan-African, basically. Right. You're only concerned about the continent from an ancient history perspective. Yep. Right? You're not at all concerned about what's happening when you're talking about ancient Egypt and Nubia. Right. Dude, Sudan had a military coup last year. Do you understand anything about that?
Right.
Ethiopia is embroiled in a civil war today. Right? There's human rights atrocities happening on the continent. They're in Ethiopia. You know, they're doing blockades, and they're using starvation to kill off pieces of those populations. Do you know anything about that?
Right.
You know,
and also to add on, Haiti's got like a little gang war out there. So that shit crazy right now.
Right. Exactly. And again, right, when you're talking about stuff like this, you're just like, okay, well, there's this U.S. convoy that's there. They're, you know, and it's still going on this week, right? They visited Kenya, Nigeria, Senegal, Congo, Rwanda, South Africa, right?
Right.
Are you abreast of any of this? Absolutely not. And, right. and you know what, I'm biased. I don't think they care. You know, because I think it's Pan-African in name only.
Yes, it is.
And a lot of it is just about feel good identity politics. Right. I don't think they're Pan-African at all. Yeah. I'm not a Pan-African. You know how I know this stuff? By reading the papers.
Right.
I read the newspaper. I'm not a Pan-African. Right.
Yeah, and guess what? I agree with you. You know, like you said, not even like in-depth research, just AP, Associated Press, newspaper. You know what's the latest going on?
Yeah.
Newspapers.
I read the morning paper.
But these people dedicate their lives so-called to this shit and don't know.
Exactly. and ready to argue us down.
Right. Yeah, so you would think they would be up on the latest.
Any of it. It's like, okay, well, you know, you're so concerned about Nubia. Okay, well, do you know what happened? Who's the current president of Sudan?
Right.
Crickets, you know, I mean, that kind of stuff. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And I'm telling you, a lot of them just like my man's, like you said, they don't care. They be fake Pan-African, they be fake BlackOlogists. Like what's worse than a BlackOlogist is the fake one.
Yeah, exactly.
Like right. At least be heavily involved in that shit and go all out. But you're faking. They fake hate white people. They talk like that in front of us, but in a different scenery, niggas be bowing down, Uncle Tom and cooning, all type of shit. At least when I believe that shit, bro, like to this day, I'm not a BlackOlogy, but I got no white friends and don't plan on having any because you gotta have a common interest with me. Now, again, when I play basketball, of course, I got diverse friendship, right? When I go bowling, play chess, diverse. But I'm talking about home kicking it.
Right.
I don't believe I have anything in common with anybody white or Indian to be my friend. Or Mexican. Like, you got to be pretty much black to be my friend in my personal life, but not in the work environment or some type of sports type shit. My hobby is a different story. But in my personal life, like, nah, you got to relate to me in all ways to be my friend. And like,
right.
Yeah.
And for me, I don't think, again, I'm not a Pan-Africanist. I'm not a BlackOlogist or anything like this, right? But from what the research that I've done, how I understand it, that the purpose behind Pan-Africanism was originally to figure out, okay, well, how can you do sort of like a global, you know, this political global unity between what you would say, you know, people from African descent throughout the world, in the diaspora and all this. It was a political movement, not a cultural identity movement.
Yeah.
Right. I think it's been turned into a cultural identity movement, and they've thrown out the political key to it. Right. Nobody studies the politics on the continent. Nobody studies the politics at home. Right. And it's all about, okay, well, identity.
Right. The easy shit.
Yeah. And I'm like, you got to stop. You just got to stop. Peace, Chef. Pseudo, hey, we gunning down pseudos where we find them in the streets. I see Chef in the building.
Peace, Chef.
Chief X in the building.
Chief X. Hey, but you said something key. You said the political, right? That's important.
Right.
I just said in Black America, you have people from all walks of life in this country that has a similarity with us.
Mm-hmm.
And Black folks, if we're smart, like I just pointed out, the LGBTQI plus, right? QIA plus, when they have an agenda, they lead the march. It's their talking points, their representatives, but they have Black folks in there to have a large number. Immigrants with discrimination, and what they gonna do? Same shit. They talking points, their leaders, but they're gonna have us in the march. Black folks do the same shit, right? There are disgruntled white folks, right, that have a problem with law enforcement. All right. They have a problem with the government being overpowering. Same talking points as Black folks. So Black folks can say, you know what? When we have these Sean Bell situations, these Arbery situations, let's call those disgruntled white folks, let's call their bluff. You claim the government ain't doing shit, is anti whatever, and trying to create a police state. Well, look, join us on this march right here, where the government is clearly fucking wrong. State government is wrong as motherfucker on this case. People got to quit it. Join us on here. We're gonna call your bluff. What's up? Right.
What do you call it? This multicultural coalition, or however this is. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Well,
right. It has to go both ways, right?
Right. And absolutely. And also with the let's just do Hispanics and Chinese, right? Hispanics discrimination, especially in Arizona. The Watcher pointed out they doing a rough time. They got Chinese recently about the Chinese hate or discrimination bullshit. But even with that, hey, we doing this. We go through the same shit since America was founded. So we're gonna head this way with it. We need y'all support, right? So you call their bluff. So now when they don't join on, you can make that like headlines. Like, yo, we pushing this cause. They supposed to be for it, but they bailed out. They didn't want to join us.
But you know what? You have to have all those chess pieces in place before things happen. You shouldn't. Let's be honest. When the crisis hits, that's not the time to try to go to buy your gun. Right? All of that should already be in place. If I have to ask at that point, then you've already failed.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So that coalition has to be built right already.
Right.
Can I give my opinion on Pan-Africanism?
Yeah, go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, peace.
What's up, Brendan?
Hey, Chief.
Yeah. Pan-Africanism died in the 60s. It's been dead with Kwame Nkrumah in them. There's been no Pan-African meeting that we've ever went to or even seen scheduled. There's not a Pan-African meeting upcoming either. Nobody in the conscious community I know of have ever been to a Pan-African meeting, seen an itinerary, seen any plans, had any discussions of how we're going to bond. And none of that has ever happened in our conscious community lifetime. That died in the 60s. And this is just my opinion, what I've always been saying. What do you think, Brendan?
I agree. And a lot of it, we talked about it, and a lot of this, we're talking about this African sort of consciousness and this connectedness that we're doing, right, throughout the community. Right? A lot of it, I think, is rooted in Pan-Africanism, but it's a hollow Pan-Africanism. There's no substance behind it, right, outside of the cultural piece, right? You can draw cultural connections anywhere, right? You can, hell, I can go and join the Catholic Church. I can go and join a community organization. I don't have to do anything to do that, right? You can do everything culturally that you want to do on the continent here, right? But but in terms of Pan-Africanism, there was a purpose behind it, right? There was a purpose behind it, and so you can't use that name, right, without being true to that purpose. What you should do is throw away the name and do something else, because what you're practicing isn't Pan-Africanism.
Right.
You know what I mean? Word again, they say words mean something, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
You know, I made a video today on my YouTube page, and it's strange because I was just talking about Pan-Africanism, right? And how everyone is on a different page. Every country is on their own country's page, right? So like, I'm a Black American. There's nothing I can do about it. I can't choose my nationality. You know, we're born with it, right? On my passport, it says it says USA. It says American. So I'm fine with saying I'm American. I'm fine with saying I'm a Black American. My plans and a plan as a Black American is not the same as a plan from, you know, somebody from Zimbabwe or Uganda or Ghana. We just have different things. See, like, to me, I always say the war is over. White folk won. They colonized and conquered. People took land. There's no more land to be given or to be taken. All land has been taken and is owned, and a military or police forces behind it, protecting it. If a Black American wants to move or relocate or repatriate, all you're going to do is go to another country that's already in effect.
Yeah.
You cannot have a nation within a nation. It's impossible. You will always be under the jurisdiction of the United States government, period. No matter how much you don't like it, no matter how much you cry about it, that's it. When you play sports and you win and you're doing good, you're going to represent America with that American flag in the Olympics and in the World Championships and hold that thing proudly. Whether you want to be or not, there's nothing you can do about it. The war is over. White folk kicked ass, took land.
Niggas hate to hear that.
And all we have to do, and all we can do, is if you can't beat them, join them. You join them and you fall in line, and you start flooding these positions of power.
Right.
You tell your children to become police. Then your children can police your own neighborhood.
Right, which is smart.
Right. So the only thing, you know, you can do is go to a kind of a barren area and have an incorporated city. Now you can do that. Like, it was a Netflix documentary of this Indian cult leader. I forgot the name of it. They came to America and incorporated their city, hired their own people, did their own things, had their own police department and everything. Although they was under the jurisdiction, they was incorporated, had their own incorporated city. You get what I'm saying, Brenda?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they did their own thing. You know what I mean? Like, Reggie has this, I was talking about, Black City Plan, right? Now, it's 2022. Y'all know you can't discriminate. It's the laws against that. So it's like, it's just talking to feel good. You can't have no white city plan. Y'all will go crazy if somebody said it's a white city plan.
Right.
Y'all would hit the fan. But then again, you guys want to have your racist shit.
Right. Your racist shit.
It don't make no sense. You can't have a Black City Plan in 2022 because people can move and live anywhere they want. And if you tell them they can't, that's discrimination. You get what I'm saying? So, I mean, it all sounds good, but it's all a bunch of bullshit.
You got your racist shit. Right.
And right, when you're talking about, again, we go back to Pan-Africanism and Chief X, and you mentioned about the war being over, right? and again, you were probably living during the early times of this, you know more about it than I do. When Pan-Africanism was really in its heyday, right? a lot of these African nations, they were still sort of, trying to shake off the yoke of colonialism, so to speak, right? You still have the French, right? Colonial powers in place. You still had the British, Portuguese. A lot of that stuff is sort of being, the smoke is cleared, so to speak, right? In Africa. And you've got African leaders, right, throughout the continent, right? And today, what I guess what is, I won't say what's happened today. Let's say when they broke off that, right, from the West, they got what you saw, I guess what you would call aid, where they had humanitarian aid programs that would help them to actually to advance or to progress their societies, right? Today, these nations don't want aid. They want business partners.
Exactly.
Right? They want business partners today. They don't want to say, okay, well, the IMF is going to give you, food subsidies and all this. No, they want people investing in the infrastructure. They want people investing in all of these different things, in technology and all this stuff, right? And who's stepping in to do that, right? You've got, again, China, which is one of the major superpowers that has been doing this investment on the continent. Go ahead.
Taking back one sentence off you said.
Yep.
When you said they want they want business, like even in Ghana, I went to Ghana. We was wondering why these they weren't, a lot of Americans who've been living there 10, 15, then they're 20 years, hadn't become citizens yet. It's taken so long, right? So basically, in a nutshell, Ghanaians want you to come over and bring jobs, not come over there and take jobs or freeload, because they have a hard time with jobs just being Ghanaians. So when you come over there, they prefer you to come over there bringing a business and employing people and bringing and start some jobs, not just coming over there freeloading and taking jobs. But go ahead.
Right. So that's what they're looking for. They're looking for people that are coming, whether if it's individuals, business, corporate organizations, nation states that are going to be business partners to help sort of advance these nations, because they need it, right? And again, right, these are what you would say undeveloped areas of the world, right? And they're ripe for advancement, right? Anytime we talk about the underdeveloped or underdeveloped areas, right? These are like potential customers, right? If you've got a large corporation, if you've got a large business and you're selling, like, for instance, internet infrastructure, right? Who's the better place to actually do business is, and then either rural America where they don't have the infrastructure, or an underdeveloped nation, right? There's not much opportunity to build new internet infrastructure in the middle of New York, Manhattan. It's already there. It's done, right? You can do upgrades, but you're trying to expand business. So that's where the interest is, and they want business partners, right? They don't want people that, again, right? They're not looking for handouts. They're not looking for subsidies, right? And they're looking for countries. And again, that's in my estimation, that's why I think the U.S. is a bit behind, right? Because historically we've relied on the aid packages and those types of things, right? We have to up the ante, right? And do what Russia and what China is doing, and become true business partners on the continent. Forget giving grain, right? No, we're not giving grain to anybody. Help build their infrastructure, right? That's what the U.S. was good at doing, right?
The infrastructure is one of the most important things.
Exactly.
Do not understand infrastructure is seriously important. It's like infrastructure like freeways and highways. You know what I mean? All these grocery stores I go to, we needed to put them trucks on freeways so they can bring food to my neighborhood. If it's no freeways and roads, it's hard, very, very hard to do business, any kind of business, right?
Right.
So a lot of these, underdeveloped countries and stuff in Ghana, they're starting to build roads and stuff, and the
Right.
city has them, but infrastructure is important. A lot of them rural areas,
Right.
you had like a freeway rolling from Accra down into inland and get these people fed and get some trucks. You know what I mean?
These are emerging markets. Right. These are emerging markets. If you can get a highway where you can get goods and services in and out, why not?
Yeah.
These are emerging markets, right? And at one point, this was maybe about a decade ago, emerging markets were really, really hot, right? You had a lot of talk about, if you look at the financial papers, everybody was talking about emerging markets. How can we get dollars over there in India, in the rural areas there? How can we get dollars over into Africa? Now you barely hear anything about emerging markets anymore, right? I don't know about you guys, but again, I think it's sort of cooled off. I don't know why, but it has, right? But again, that's what you have to. I think the shift that has to happen, and hopefully in this, the envoy this U.S. envoy that went over to Africa, right, with Secretary Blinken, this is what they're talking about, right? Shifting the mindset away from the aid package, I guess you would say, approach to the investment approach on the continent, right? Because if you don't, you're going to fall behind all these other superpowers making these huge investments, because it's important, right? For instance, we'll give you an example, right? What Russia, the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, right? From an American perspective, we're saying, okay, well, why haven't some of these African countries came out in support of some of the sanctions, right, that the West have been placing on Russia, as well as come out vocally, right, condemning some of the actions of the Russians, right? Well, you don't have much leverage if the Russians are over there investing their dollars in their infrastructure and their partners, their business partners with them. Of course, they're not going to come out and say anything, right? Of course, they're not going to come out and condemn communism and some of the things that are going on over there, in the communist nations. If Russia's there giving them dollars and helping them out and doing all these things, of course not, right? They're their business partners.
Yeah, so I think I'm a minority in thinking this, but I don't have a problem with Chinese buying up stuff and creating business and doing things in Africa.
I don't either.
Yeah, and then the reason I think that is because
nobody else is doing it.
Right. I mean, you have there's some areas being modernized because of the Asians that are there. And it is creating some jobs and giving a lot of Africans employment, which they wouldn't have otherwise. And it's like, when Farrakhan said a thing, what you don't use, you lose. So if it's some resources just sitting here, I mean, somebody got to dig it out and create and manufacture and do stuff. And, I just, when I've thought about it for several years, and I said, I just really don't have a problem with it. And I was watching a video one day of all these Africans with hard hats working and gainfully employed. And previously they weren't. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it has some benefits. But the thing is, it's still a Black-run government in Ghana and Nigeria.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, you're just basically seeking investors, kind of, in a sense.
Right. Exactly.
And then you do your politicking and take over shit if you know.
Right. And you know what, Chief? We talk about Africa has, they have the gold, they have the cobalt, they have uranium, they have the tungsten, all these things. But what everybody fails to recognize is those are capital intensive industries. You know how much money it takes to run a gold mine or to run a diamond mine or uranium mine? Let's do it safely.
Stuff off for the white folks to mine. Like,
Right.
yeah, do this shit, they said. And we here in America not even understanding the politics of it. And we mad, but I'm like, yeah, the Ghana is just, I mean, not Ghana, but what's that area where they mine and just destroying the water supply? They're basically, they're getting paid to sell out.
Mm.
And they scraping the money off the top, and the people is just doing bad.
And
The
you know what?
government officials is doing great.
Yeah, Brendan, what were you saying?
Technology. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
You were breaking up.
Okay. Let me know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Dude, I've got so much stuff hooked up in this office. It's going crazy. I've got bugs everywhere in this stuff. But in terms of, I think that's, that was a great point that you just made, because that's the area I think where the US can step in and say, okay, well, instead of just investing dollars and then, decimating the environment, we can come in and help do it efficiently, right? And do it in a way that's going to be economically safe, right? And environmentally safe as well. So those are some of the levers I think that we have to sort of, we have to use the. But again, it's going to take the will of our government to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No Ma'am made a comment. He said, but at the same time, they keep the country's governments destabilized so they can take advantage of those resources.
That's a myth. That's a myth.
That's a myth. I don't like, when I, like this, for instance, like people say that, but like when I went to Ghana, like sometimes I say, there's no excuses, right? Like when I went to Ghana, I went to an orphanage. And, we was donating money to people who went to visit and travel. We should donate money, And I asked, how do these kids and staff survive? They said, our philanthropy. I said, you mean the government doesn't help these orphanages, these kids? And he's like, no. And I'm like, people are sending money and packages and stuff, but where is it not reaching the orphanages? I mean, you have dirty government officials is what I'm trying to tell you. People be stealing, and it's just, it's the government is not running properly. It's a bunch of foul shit going on. Like, here in the United States, man, these group home kids get all kind of shit free. I used to work on them. They get free education every holiday, clothing, Christmas, they get clothes, they get everything. But the government in Ghana don't help them orphanage kids like group homes out here. So, sometimes if you go there, you're gonna be pissed about a lot of shit.
Right.
And sometimes you'll realize how spoiled we are here. We're
right.
so spoiled as Black Americans.
Right. And No Ma'am put in, I think they put in a comment, said it's a myth according to who, because I can pull sources. Let's look at Angola, right? That's the continent on Africa that has the largest amount of loans per capita, right? In terms of its GDP, right? The loans that it has out to China for its infrastructure, right? So the government of Angola, I think it's about $42 billion that they've borrowed from China, right? And a lot of people, they say, okay, well, these Chinese loans, they're riddled with these, stipulations and all this stuff. If you default, then they're going to take over all the infrastructure. That it's a myth. It's pseudo. People make it up, right? No one has actually taken a look at those terms and figured out, okay, well, if something happens, then the Chinese government is going to take over the country. No, it basically, it's a lie, right? But if you look at the government of Angola with $42 billion worth of loans, look at its total economy, right? What does that $42 billion, how much, what percentage of that, right, is their economy, right? And again, that's the largest, the company with the largest amount of loans outstanding to China, right? When you look at the other places like Nigeria, I think it's about 7, Ethiopia's got about 13 and a half or something like that. It's very small, right, in terms of those loans per capita in terms of their GDP, right? So so these countries aren't like indebted to China and outside organizations. No, they, again, these are loans that they're using to build up their infrastructure to help sort of, do these government projects. That's what's happening. They're partnering with outside, governments. So
Ghana and Nigeria,
yeah,
all black.
Yeah.
You're rarely gonna see any white folk walking around.
Yeah, Nigeria's got about 7 billion outstanding to China.
I'm all in the rural areas.
Yep.
And these all black people, nobody's telling them what to do or what not to do. They can easily fucking make some fucking concrete, go in them forests and cut wood down and trees down and start building. Nobody is stopping them. So all this, somebody's controlling them shit, is a bunch of myth and bullshit.
Yeah.
They can do what they want right now. The British left and said, fuck this shit, we out. They abolished slavery and they bounced. And here's the trick thing nobody really talks about. When British abolished slavery, they also said we abolish indigenous slavery. Y'all got to stop that shit. Africans didn't want to stop. People don't even know that. Africans, they did not want to stop the slave trade because it was how they was making it. Brits said, fuck that shit, it's over, it's immoral, we are done. And bounced and told them to stop. And then had to patrol to make sure they wasn't still practicing indigenous slavery. Crazy. You know what I mean? And so a lot of these is the excuses, man. Britain said, fuck it, they out of here, and left them an independent, free country. Now, I'm sure some politics goes on in governments and, maybe some CIA involvement and shit, but in general, they got control of what they can and can't do. You know what I'm saying, Brendan?
Yeah, exactly. For me, it's just like, okay, well, I think a lot of these narratives have been just said and repeated, and we don't know what's happening on the ground. We don't know the business of these countries. We're not there talking to the people, right? I think we just repeat stuff that we've heard, whether if it's accurate or not. I think that ends up being the problem, right? And again, these people are looking for not, this is cliche, not a hand out, but a hand up. They're trying to build their nation just like anybody else would want to do, right? They're not looking to be superpowers. They're not looking to, to do any of that. They're basically trying to build what you would say a better, a way of life for their citizens, right? So again, we've got to be a part of that, right? If the Western nations are going to be a part of it, we have to be real about it.
I watched a documentary on Papa Doc of Haiti. Papa Doc of Haiti.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, that man was so wicked and evil. Now, Haiti is poor, and I kind of understood why. They was sanctioned. They weren't able to do business do business on the world trade, and you know what I mean.
Mm.
But he's listed as an evil dictator, right?
Mm.
Who had thousands of people killed, and other nations and people were basically just saying that Haitians were just so uneducated and superstitious that it was able to go down. Just listen, understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, he ruled through intimidation, right? And he had things that were staged. They were staged sort of things that made him look like larger than life or supernatural, because he played on the superstitious sort of nature of the Haitian people.
Right. So white folk made him do that. That's him. You get what I'm saying? And it screwed up Haiti because they had a chance.
Absolutely.
At that time to kind of come up, but Papa Doc was stealing. He was holding the people down. It was just fucking crazy. So even though they probably would be poor, but they wouldn't be as poor.
Right. It does, yeah. And he was doing that without government loans. So a loan doesn't necessarily, you know, you don't have to have government loans to be corrupt, right? You can just be corrupt.
Corrupt was the correct word.
Yeah, exactly. You can just be corrupt. You don't. It doesn't take an infrastructure loan to do that.
Well, I'm
but I think there was an interesting conversation. I heard you were going in on a rant on the BlackOlogist unbiased. So I had you had my senses going, so I had to jump on and sort of chime in there.
Unbiased must have went somewhere.
Yeah,
he'd be taking off and shit. Don't tell nobody. Unbiased will fall asleep on your ass.
What do you think about this upcoming the Egyptomania mania that's running amok through the community? I tell you, this week.
Do you watch my YouTube videos?
I watched one today. I saw the one today. I haven't saw a couple of them. I in the last maybe sort of week or so. But I saw the one you did today.
In general, you watch them?
Yeah, I do. I watch a lot of them.
Okay, cool.
I saw the one when you said was it Egyptomania Exposed, the one that you did way back. It was like a couple hours long. I watched that one. That sort of lays the framework for a lot of the conversations that we're having today. I saw that one. Right. Yep. And I think that's the big one.
Based off of something I influenced.
Yeah.
Huh? You're breaking up.
Provocative.
You went out for about 10 seconds.
Exactly. Yep.
You went out for 10 seconds.
Yep. I'm sorry. Oh,
we didn't hear nothing you said. You went out.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Again, man, I apologize. But yeah, I listened to the one that you did. Was it the Egyptomania Exposed? That one. Again, that one was sort of like the groundwork for a lot of these conversations.
Are you talking about the one that's Black Egypt Debunked?
Black Egypt Debunked, right? I call it, yeah, exactly.
I've got like 9,000 views right now. That's the one that said all.
That's the big one. That's the big one. If anybody hasn't looked at that video in terms of a Chief X, that's the primary work, right? That I would say.
Also, though, Brendan, also a lot of times,
mm-hmm.
they serial killers, y'all be having y'all discussions,
mm-hmm.
and a lot of you. I sometimes me and Ngozi have a phone conversation sometimes, or me and Aku or something. I said, you got to watch my video first and then watch the live pseudo killer thing. Because a lot of people don't understand, sometimes I'll be arguing against me, but be on y'all channel. Mm. And people don't understand why is he bringing up this argument? He's bringing up these certain arguments to combat what I said in my video, because he watches every single one of them. So sometimes if you don't watch my video, then you may be confused on why Ankh has this angle.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And a lot of our channel, all of our channels, we sort of play off on each other. If you, depending on if one channel leads with the conversation and we agree or don't agree, right, we'll do a piggyback off of it, right? And yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sometimes I'll be wanting to add.
It's like an ecosystem, right? This is like
the times I've come on and got kicked off, I've never came on to argue and fight. Sometimes I just want to add to the discussion. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right. There's a lot of bad blood there. So yeah, exactly. So yeah, absolutely. Right. But yeah, I think this if this debate
more so of some internal guilt.
Yeah, I won't put my foot in those murky waters, but that's what it is, right? I let grown people handle their own, squabbles in business, right? For sure, right? But yeah, but in terms of the debate between Jabari and Garfield, right? I think it's an interesting one. I hope it goes down this time, right? Because you're not going to be able to bluff the community too many times beyond this, right? So hopefully the brothers will make this one happen, right? And for me, where I stand on it, right, in terms of this whole idea was Christianity stolen from Kemetic spirituality and all this. For me, I tend to lean towards the Garfield's perspective, right? Because the only reason I do, right, when you're talking about has something been stolen or whatever, we talk about this over.
Went out again.
Right. There's that's one thing, right? To show that, you're gonna have to show some.
Went out for 10 seconds.
Oh,
just repeat the last few sentences.
Yeah, but in terms of the cultural borrowing, right, of something that's stolen, right, from one culture to the another, right, you're gonna have to show that using several things, right? You're gonna have to show that with the historical record. You're going to have to show that with the archaeological record. You're going to have to show that through linguistics, right? And, you know, those types of things, and geography as well. When we have these conversations sort of internally with our team, right? You have to be able to show it with that, as opposed to saying, oh, okay, well, look at this painting or this particular image looks similar in Egypt and it looks similar over here in the Christian pantheon. No, not at all. You have to show.
You talking
right.
Garfield? You said Garfield needs to show this?
No, Jabari is going to need, because the onus is on him. He's the one that's making the claim. Exactly.
Yeah, let me tell you this, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've seen my video today,
mm-hmm.
but in my opinion, Garfield's going to get straight abused.
Mm-hmm.
Badly. It's going to be child abuse. Because you can. So like the audience they're speaking to and that will be listening,
mm-hmm.
it's not that deep and educated. You know what I mean? Like the peanut gallery or something else.
Right.
So they're going to understand and agree with basic shit and shit that they've already heard, right? And the way Jabari couches his arguments is awesome. He's going to be able to correlate and connect it and make it sound fair in people's minds.
Mm.
Garfield has a harder task because he has to be a little more nitpicky and delve a little deeper, which may turn out to be boring and confusing.
Mm.
Especially when you get to running off different names of white scholars and different people and stuff that people never heard of, and it's a debate where you're going to have to keep it simple,
right,
and plain. And I don't think Garfield is going to do that.
Now what
Jabari is?
I don't know if did you see Chef
win for Jabari?
Did you see Chef on his commentary on brother Garfield's show today?
Yeah,
did you see that?
Garfield took the gloves off for the
basically what he said, and these are some of the conversations we're saying, that Garfield, don't get scared to get in the mud with him, right? Because he's gonna do it anyways. He's gonna get in the mud with you without looking like he's in the mud, right? When a pig is dirty, who knows? You know, if you throw a little bit of mud, a little bit of additional dirt on, you never know, right? That's the sort of a Jabari. You know, he's like, okay, well, he's already in the mud, right? Because, you know, in terms of how he will treat you, right? In some of these discussions, he's already gonna come in like, you know, I'm already intellectually superior and all these types of things, right? And will either downplay or discredit some of your arguments. And one of the things I said as well, I told you, Garfield, straight up, you can't use the same strategy that you use with Gorilla Hebrew, right? Yeah. With the kitchen sink strategy, where you've got a slide deck, you know, a slide presentation with like 100 slides, right? And then you're just ready for everything, because the first thing Jabari is going to say, yeah, I didn't say any of that stuff he's talking about. He'll basically dismiss it. He'll dismiss all of it, right? Flat out, right? He'll just admit, I didn't talk about any of that stuff. So you have to be targeted with him, you know? And then, and what to Chef's argument, he said that you have to attack those founding elders, right? Just have to. You got to knock the whole damn building down.
You got to come for the teacher.
It's a 9/11 strategy. You got to knock the whole building down.
You got to come for the teacher, bro.
Exactly. Right.
What they call it when they try to get rid of a witness in court, they call it when they attack his character.
Oh, character assassination.
But they make the witness seem unreliable. What do they call that? You know that term? So, well, basically,
I don't know. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Right, I hear what you're saying.
Jabaris and them teachers
Hmm.
seem like they don't know what they're talking about.
Right.
He just has to take the gloves off. This is a bare knuckle fight.
Right. So it'll be interesting. We'll see what the brothers come up with. Right. So we're stoking the flames. Right.
But it's a thing. Again, this is an argument Jabari has been arguing.
Right.
Many times over.
Right. It's like us over at the pseudo killers, and I said this the other day during our show. I said everybody on the team is casting lots, right, and picking sides, right. If you can envision Christ on the cross and the Roman soldiers casting lots on his garbs, that's us. That's the pseudo killers down there. We're casting lots at the foot of Christ right now. Right, in terms of who's gonna win this debate.
Credibility.
I don't know exactly. Right. Witness credibility. Right. So that's what we're doing. It's sort of going back and forth. Right. We're trying to figure out who's gonna win it. Again, I've got my hopes for Garfield, but again, he better not go out there and lay an egg.
Well, why do you hope that Garfield does? Are they representing like an atheist, or what are you saying?
No, I'm not an atheist. I consider myself an agnostic. No, I consider myself an agnostic, right? So I don't, but atheist agnostic, who's potatoes, right?
Right.
Yeah, but the reason why, again, right? I don't necessarily agree with the way Jabari draws his connections, right? He draws his connections between Kemetic spirituality and Christianity in ways that aren't really scholarly, in my opinion. Right. That's why I say that I'm on the side of Garfield. But again, he has to be able to show that in the debate.
Now, right? I'll say Garfield technically is right.
Right.
He's not wrong in his information.
Yeah.
He just needs to be able to parlay it in a way where he can get a win. You know what I mean? It's just his tactic has to be good.
Oh, absolutely. He has to be articulate enough. He has to be able to counter some of the things that
Jabari. Oh, no. When you say counter, let me just say this, Brandon, because I made a video saying this earlier. I did like a pre-debate preview. Okay. Mm-hmm. So where people mess up, and I always notice with these debates, usually Jabari and Pastor Bennett's first round is straight fire all the time.
Right. Oh, yeah.
You have to make sure you don't get emotional.
Oh, absolutely.
And start trying to rebut the person's first round. You ignore it, no matter how fire it was. Your first round, you don't rebut a motherfucking thing. You make your points.
Make it the point.
Your point. Because that's what he was doing.
Yeah, Jabari. Yeah, exactly.
So once you get the rebutting, then you're wasting time.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've watched it.
And that's what
Harris did. Soon as Pastor Bennett went, first round was over, Harris was emotional. And he said, "Can I rebut this?" And he said, "You can do whatever you want in any round you want." And he started the first round rebutting.
Then he moved it. Yeah,
so
exactly.
Emotional space.
He got off of his
arguing and you forget to present your case.
Yep, exactly. That's a great point.
You've been preparing for 30 days.
That's a great point.
Present your fucking case. Ignore his case. Make sure your case is solid and profound. That's how you gotta do it.
Right. And that's what perturbed Chris. That was a great point, because remember he talked about the Gish Gallop that what's the brother name that Pastor Bennett was doing. Right. And he was sort of confused. It was like, okay, well, how do I attack all of these different arguments? He threw the kitchen sink at you for a reason, because he knew it would perplex you.
He was perplexed.
Exactly.
he had it shook, boy.
He threw the entire kitchen sink at him. And again, that was a great point. You ignore it, and then you drive home.
You went out, but I think you're trying to say you drive home your point. You prove that it's not a copy and prove your point. You breaking up again. Hey, what's up, King Sosa?
And shit, what's going on, man? I was passing through, right? Look, I bought this book on the evolution of God. I was doing some research or something else, right?
Mhm.
And in that book, it's making connections like, let me show you real quick. I'll show you real quick.
Man, this is what I'm saying. I know you, but it's easy to make the connections.
No, I'm gonna show you the book. I'm gonna show you what the guy is saying in the book. So I mean, this ain't this 2009, so it's not like it's some all right. So because he's talked about, there's a story that Luke got in here, right? Right. So look, and he's saying, I'm not saying that Luke stole the afterlife scenario from the complete religion, right? He said, not with great confidence, no, but if you wanted to indict him on this charge, you would not be wholly lacking in evidence. He says, certainly the story in Luke about the rich man, the poor man in Hades, has an Assyrian overtones. At the time, Luke was writing a written copy of an Egyptian story about the afterlife was circulating in the Roman Empire. It was about a rich man, poor man, and he goes on to this. But in this book, right, it ain't even about like Egypt Christian stuff. He just coming along and just passing by. You know what I'm saying? He's making different connections of Osiris and talking about, and he's basically saying there's some credence to that. Emerging and you know what I mean, reshaping and recontextualizing. You know what I mean? Like, because I went and pulled it up so I could see if I can find it. Right, and I was looking at it to see if that story was right, and it sure shit it is. And even got this dude this dude right here, R.B. Buckingham. He's like, he's one of the scholars on that subject. He was talking about the story, and he was like, he said the context of both stories, while different in many aspects, have enough in common to make scholars conclude that Jesus is probably borrowing from an old Egyptian tale. So, but I think that leads more to the credence that, you know, they've been saying like, they didn't have any knowledge of Egyptian stories in the 1st century CE, but that's not true, because he's talking like there was a bunch of Osiris cults and Isis cults that made it way into the 1st century. And he was like, if they was in the area in Palestine, they would have been well aware of them stories. So it's like, it's pretty interesting though. I think he can make a convincing. I think Jabbar can make a convincing enough argument.
I do too. I think he can make an easy argument. You know, as far as like, I would make an argument as far as you know, Romans been all up in Egypt, so they would know about Egypt, its beliefs and practices, and you know, I mean, you have the Roman Catholic Church, right?
Right.
Guess who the vicar of Christ is? The Pope. Y'all know what the vicar of Christ means?
Nah.
Right. Yeah.
Huh?
Spokesman for Christ, right?
Vicar. I think it's spelled V as in Victor, I-A-A-R. The vicar of Christ means his representative on earth.
Right.
And that's who the Pope is. Roman. So you can correlate Roman and Egyptian influence big time.
Right. Because I mean, up until the Ptolemaic dynasty, they go right into the 1st century. They're in Egypt. You know what I'm saying? All the stories are there. So that's why, I was looking into it myself on some other stuff. And then I came across this book. I was just reading this book, and then all of a sudden started talking about Osiris. I was like, what the hell? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Well, and we even talk about, you know, from a geographic perspective, right? You look at the New Kingdom, right? And Egypt, its borders spanned the entirety of the Levant up to Turkey, right? At one point, you know, so even that geographic sort of, you know, they shared the you know, that geographic space. So yeah, I could see some of the cultural pieces being there, right? But again, that sort of lends credence to Jabari's side of the argument, right? Because when you share the same space, of course you know, the people are mixing, you know, they're trading and all this stuff, right? And of course, when you're doing that, you got religions and the stories are mixing. So yeah.
Yeah. And I see the reason I also picked Jabbar just off just like I said, debating skills. Like people don't give credence to person being able to debate. You know
Oh yeah, yeah.
He's good at
he's really
good
good
at that shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I think like I think Garfield's short fuse. I think he's gonna let Jabari get under the skin and he's gonna get to talking fast and
like today it was
ladies
one
and
guy
gentlemen, you know what I mean?
Today it was one guy on Garfield's channel, and Garfield started a whole new video, right? And deleted that one. But the first guy that was on there talking to him was kind of sharp. And he had Garfield frustrated. And he had some great arguments and wasn't no bad behavior. Garfield cut him off the show. I said, yep, that's just gonna happen. He's gonna get frustrated and cut him off. I said Garfield was wrong for cutting that dude off. He was respectful too.
No, man.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think he's gonna. That's what I'm saying. That
a flunky was getting him today. You can imagine Jabari.
Yeah, Jabari with them, passive aggressive disses and stuff like that. Family, I can't. I thought it was gonna be a debate. Like I took time off of this. You know how you do it,
right?
Why would you waste my time?
Would you just listen to him?
He don't understand what he's reading.
Right.
Like, fuck you. All right. So
Over the brother. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. So hopefully
and to Garfield's,
You're gonna say Sonetter?
To him.
Sonetter, can you tell Garfield to have some discipline?
Yeah.
Right. But to Garfield's aid, right? He did say, hey, based on, I withstood the heckling of the Hebrews during the guerrilla Hebrew debate. He's like, I'm ready. I'm battle hardened. Right. So we'll see. I don't know. All right. We'll
short. That's not really.
It's not the same thing, right?
Prove the Exodus happened. Like those aren't debates. Like,
right.
It's like it's a stomping session. Like,
right.
You know what I mean?
8%.
That's your way off.
Jabari got daggers lined up right now.
Yeah.
Like Jabari's a guy. He don't even take a debate if he can't win. He's not gonna take a debate.
Yeah, and I think Jabari got a little edge on him because he's gonna be able to bring stuff about Kemet that Garfield may not be aware of. You know what I'm saying? And most of the Christian argument stuff, Jabari's gonna be somewhat aware of it. You know what I'm saying? The Christian background, but he may bring up Papyri and a story that Garfield never. I'm not familiar with.
He good, but he'll pull something out the corner on your ass.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So, yeah, hopefully they line it up and do it.
Yeah. Garfield, and to your point, so he does sort of stay, aligned with that sort of traditional, I guess you would say.
Brandon dropping the black hole, popping in and out, popping in and out of existence like a.
Dude, it's like my again. I think it's my OBS that's doing this. OBS, this never happened until I install OBS. But yeah, to what you were saying, Sosa, in terms of how Garfield approaches these conversations, right? He stays very much in line with traditional sort of academic studies when it comes to theology, right? So it may be very well that Jabari already knows a lot of his approaches, right? He's familiar. He's familiar with.
Yeah, he know how Garfield's gonna come.
Jody Breeze
absolutely
say this is not my eye. I do remember saying that somewhere when I was going on a rant. This is not my eye.
Right.
Chef Rod, what you doing, man? You must be tending to the old lady. Y'all want to come on the line?
Man, we've been battling and at it all week. So these guys been up early. We've been in Discord. We've been in Discord. All morning.
Brendan Sims. I'm in the Discord now. I'm secret.
Oh, okay.
I can't tell you my name.
Oh, you're hiding in the Discord. You gotta jump in those.
I said they can't stop me from the Discord while I'm in there.
Dude, everybody being that Discord is on fire, man. I tell you.
I used to be in the
But
Discord with Each One Teach One group a couple of years ago. That shit was fire.
Oh man, you gotta jump in those early conversations because we've been arguing all morning in Discord and then going all night.
I cannot tell y'all my name because
Yeah, keep that confidential. Right. Miss Tiffany been in those Discords, the knockdown dragouts. We've been in those knockdown dragouts in the Discord, and then we turn around and get in on the channel, and then we're on the channel all night. Right. So the brothers need a well-deserved rest for a couple of days, right? Right. Just like last night.
A couple of times, but I ain't been in there real. I popped in there a couple of times, but I ain't been sitting still yet.
I like the Discord though, because people can kind of share a lot of information and get seen by everybody,
Yeah, and it's a bit it's less intimidating, right? I think since it's not recorded, right? People can jump on and be like, okay, well, I can, people that'll do it in the chat that may want to, add in that don't want to go live, right? So that's good.
But y'all did a show. Y'all been doing a show on Discord server?
Yeah, we've been doing whole shows on Discord, right? Well, it resembles a show because what we'll do, we'll get a conversation going with about 10 to 15 people. Then we'll share our screen. It's just like a regular show, right? We'll do, and just go through information, right? But again, it's not sort of encumbered by, the whole, okay, you're live and all, you can't say this and you can't say that. People are more inclined to, because everybody that's in there can input, right? If you got like 15 people, right, everybody can sort of chime in and do stuff. It's a little bit more unhinged. I can see if you get a lot of really opinionated people in there because you really can't mute people, right? And you can't control it like you can a Zoom meeting. Right?
All I've seen was just the general chat reading.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We've been doing like actual, I guess what you would say, we get on the voice channels and we do like mock shows on the voice channel.
I ain't got around even fiddling with that monkey. That shit look like space age shit when I go in there.
Yeah, just the general chat just kind of keeps it simple. People just post.
Yeah. Like for instance, there's one, I think right now it's called the debate channel, right? If you go in the general chat, right on the general chat is a debate channel. That's where we go live in there and we'll have the discussions, right? So if you click the debate channel, you'll see people in there, right? You'll immediately join it and then boom, you're in. But yeah, that's not really a substitution for the shows, right? It's more of a sneak peek behind the scenes, right? I get, for us, it was like Chef's idea. He was like, hey, we have so many conversations in the back chat, right? Let's bring some of those conversations to the subscribers, right? And get them to see how we sort of hash out some of these conversations before we go live, right? Which I think has been interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. So they realize the show ain't just coming out of thin air. I ain't gonna argue about this shit all day. Right.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah. A lot of times what we used to do before, like before we go live, before we open the show, we start off just where we were, just talking. You know what I'm saying? But then we'll start the show like 15, 20 minutes later and we start the show. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, I think we done took Low and Upper Egypt. You know what I'm saying? We got them niggas down in Nubia, so I think we good.
Yeah, let me see if took territory to the point where
okay, come back.
But keep in mind, man, Uncle, I talked to him last night and this morning. He's emboldened. He's got his information lined up.
3 weeks later, right.
So be careful, right? So I just
You
put
gonna use
in.
that Dawn of Civilization book.
I put the Zoom
Dawn
in
of
there for Chef if he wanted to jump in. IBM jump in.
The Dawn of Everything book.
Oh yeah.
The Holy Grail.
Yep, the Dawn of Everything was good.
IBM, you gotta put the phone number.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like even with that guy, like there's certain people you got to keep in mind some of the critique when you're reading their work. Like I said, Christopher Eric.
Mm-hmm.
Christopher Eric gets in trouble because his dating.
Mm.
He uses linguistics to make dates, and his dates be out of line with archaeology.
Mm.
So that's what a conflict with Christopher Eric comes in that. You know what I'm saying? So he got some dates based on linguistic, but no archaeological evidence to support his argument.
Mm.
So that's the problem with Christopher Eric.
Yeah. And we also rely on David Wingro, right? With David Wingro and some of the archaeological stuff that he does, right? But the only thing with him, right, is that
Dawn of Everything.
Yeah, exactly. He was one of the co-authors, right? But we even go to some of his earlier work about how, because he's an archaeologist, and he sort of focuses on pre-dynastic Egypt and Nubia and all those regions, right? But the thing is, with that, you have to take into account that he's somewhat out of the mainstream, right? With I guess you would say with traditional approaches.
Yeah,
so you have to. Yep. Right. So if somebody really wants to counter you, right, they can just go to the traditional stuff and say, okay, well, yeah, we don't necessarily agree with Wingro on this or that, right? So it's just like anything else. There's a counter to everything, right?
Yeah, and every time before sometime before and even after I read a book, I always get the review and the critique of the book.
Yeah.
And go over it just to get over. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so you can get an idea of some of the shortcomings that's in the book that you can look at and investigate and see, okay, is that accurate? Is he lacking the area? You know what I mean? So
right.
Yeah.
Yep. And I still have my university subscriptions to the databases, and what I can do, I can go in, especially if it's a book, right? It's somewhat scholarly. They'll have the review on the book, right? Sort of posted, and I'll read the review beforehand, right? To say, okay, well, what do academics say about this particular book, right? Because you got to be careful with books, right? People can make all kind of claims in a book, right? It's not like an academic journal or anything.
Right.
So you have to be careful. But on the scholarly databases, right? They actually publish the reviews up front, and then they can say, okay, well, here the fun, I guess some of the preliminary feedback, right, of the books. So it's interesting stuff, right? We filling up in this joint. We filling up. We got
in that book, he's going at all all of the top scholars. He's talking Steven Pinker, Robert Sapolsky, I mean, like basically the whole field. Because even within that field, there's two sides. They're split up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You have one side arguing, and they argue. He's against all of them. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. So, yeah.
Yep.
Hey, can I read this definition of the Vicar of Christ?
Yep. Go ahead. Okay.
The Vicar of Christ definition is a term used in different ways and with different theological connotations throughout history. The original notion of a vicar is as an earthly representative of Christ. That's what a vicar of Christ is, the earthly representative. He's a representation of Christ on earth. He's God on earth, basically.
Essentially, yeah.
So like if the Greco-Roman world was all up in Egypt, and now their descendants are the vicar of Christ. I'm just saying, man, you can easily correlate some of this shit.
Yeah. All you need is a wiggle room, and you can do your magic in a debate. I'm saying, need a little wiggle room.
Yeah, but
go ahead, brother.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, the whole Vicar of Christ thing, right? The Church of England, the Anglican Church, utilized that title as a vicar where each district has a vicar of its own. It's not necessarily Christ on earth, but Christ's representative. It's not Christ.
Yeah, representative.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
it's his
saying. He's a
representative.
representative of Christ on earth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
representative.
but you said Christ on earth, but it's his representative. It's his attorney. It's his spokesperson. Because people must remember, you know, it's
I'm just
within the
saying,
last.
Wikipedia says he's vicar is as an earthly representative of Christ.
Yeah, but not, yeah, your lawyer represented that don't mean say the lawyer is you. It's a representative.
Yeah,
Because you
that's
must
it.
remember,
Just
say,
saying representative. That's
yeah,
it. Just
yeah,
representative.
100 years ago, most people couldn't read. 90% of the population couldn't read 100 years ago. So the source of information was these vicars.
Figures of Christ.
Chef, you on the road?
Yo, hell yeah. Out here finagling.
Right, making some moves, right?
Yeah. Yeah, finagling.
1 in the morning, whip. Like, geez.
Hey, Sheffrin, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
My brother used to have his own salon, right?
Mhm.
And he ended up getting into, and a lot of movie studios paid him big money, right? To advertise in his salons. So he told them he had these connections where he advertised in salons and barbershops because it's barbershop talk. So they pay him thousands of dollars, send him stuff, and advertise in his bar in his salon. And you can get that money as a barbershop owner.
Oh, hell yeah. Shit.
I might have to connect you with my brother so that he can let you know how to do it.
Well,
So-
go live from the shop and discuss topics in the barber shop.
No. So you discussed already who on the panel believe that Garfield is going to win?
We've been casting lots all week, Stoopies.
Brendan got
Garfield is going to get his head blown off and and it
Oh,
won't
no.
even be easy. He'll have all the facts, he'll have all the information, but Jabari is going to be more slippery than Floyd Mayweather.
I said we're gonna have to arrest Jabari for child abuse.
Yeah, he makes
Oh
Garfield
man.
makes the wrong arguments. Like it's like people be trying to explain it to him, but you know, he's too kind of caught up. You know what I
You
mean?
can't beat Jabari. You have to get a lot of zingers and one-liners. You can't explain nothing to Jabari because he's going to slide right out of it.
Hey, Stu P, Sonetta said, this is when Jabari smashed him, he said, I'm gonna have to take that L, and Reggie gonna have to take that L. 'Cause they
Yeah, everybody.
him. So this beat down is for all three of them, Sonetta said.
Of course,
Oh,
of course,
man.
of course, because this is long time in the waiting. Right? This is long time in the waiting. But Jabari is going to sliver. He's going to get on his belly and sliver.
Yeah, I feel he definitely the underdog. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I mean? We'll see if he can pull a Pastor Bennett out, coming as the underdog, come out the champ. Like, but
Hey,
definitely
Jabari,
Pastor Bennett is undefeated also.
Jabari is going to come in his full regalia. I see him in his white. I see him with his unk and his jewelry. He's going to be the pimping priest. He's going to look immaculate that day.
All the bells and whistles.
All the bells and whistles.
As he should.
The blessings of Mahat is going to be showing up.
God is on his side.
God is on his side.
Yeah,
What up, fellas?
he knows
Oh,
how to
what's
manage
up, what's
his
up?
Right. And then not to mention, you know, his beautiful wife Anika is there alongside him. So she's got to be sitting there like the goddess Ma'at herself, right?
With the feather. She'll have the feather.
With the feather.
She's a beautiful woman already. And when she dressed to the nines, oh Lord, Garfield, you don't have a chance. You don't have a chance,
He
Garfield.
got
Not a
Heru on his side, man.
yeah.
I'm going against
So,
Heru.
but Garfield have a better chance.
The brother is a good debater, though. You got to give it to that. The brother is a good debater.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
He gonna send Garfield straight to Anubis.
Right? And Garfield has to be careful of the words that he uses because if Garfield is not definitive in his statement, if Garfield like use words like some maybe or the majority or the minority, he's going to use those leap out to some. That means it's not all.
Yeah,
you mean
you gotta be definitive.
You mean he can't be the scholarly, right? He can't.
Yeah, he cannot use. He has to be specific. 98%.
Perhaps.
You gotta be like, it's possible. You can't say that in debate. Yeah,
Brendan, I know who you're going for, who you want to win, but I need a prediction from you.
Who I think is gonna win?
Yep.
Right. Who I want to win?
No, not who you want.
I'm caveating. Who I want to win is Garfield. Who I think is gonna win? I think Jabbar is gonna edge him out.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
Right. I think Jabbar is gonna edge him out. But I want Garfield to win this debate. Right. Because I think Jabbar is a pseudo. No, he is a pseudo. Right,
he's a maximum pseudo.
Right.
He's a maximum pseudo.
Listen, it depends on what you're talking about.
It depends. I think he's a science guy because he's very
intelligent.
He represents science, but just when it comes to the chemistry,
Egypt, he just got a little that BlackOlogy with the Egypt shit.
Yeah.
No.
Hey, what's the title? What's the title? Have they came up with a title yet? And where is it going to be?
Christianity stolen from Kim.
Oh, okay. And what platform is it going to be on? My bad.
They're going to have it somewhere.
TV. You have to pay the pay-per-view.
Oh, Lord.
It'll have a building, too.
Is it IBM?
They're doing it in the building, too.
Jabari going to win that, yeah. What's up, fellas?
Oh, peace, brother.
Who is that? You know, landline? Is that a landline?
Yeah, he just called in his phone.
Phone number calling.
Yeah.
Oh.
IBM in the building.
Jabari is
What's up, fellas?
And in there, I guarantee that if it's 200 people, 190 is going to be from Mahat, from the Temple of Mahat.
Oh yeah. That's why I'm not going to count the Sonetta vote.
Yeah. No.
No, I mean to decide who win. I mean, I'm actually check it out.
Right.
See what happens.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely.
I just feel like Garfield gonna lose his temper. Like every time they put Jabari, Garfield to rule Jabari, like it goes all the way.
Goes left.
Garfield better not look in the chat. I say that.
Oh yeah. You can't.
You can't look in the chat, but what will happen is that he's going to frustrate Garfield. Garfield is going to lose his temper.
Yeah. That's part of that's part of a debate. That's part of tactic too. Right? Why you debate?
But he's condescending. He's condescending in the most beautiful way.
Yeah. He's like, hold on, did he just?
I have no intention of spitting in your face, but your face was inches away from my mouth, and I spit to fly. It wasn't spit. He's so condescending with it. And my brother, we are not disagreeing. I agree with you 98% of that. But what you're saying, no. And what I like with him, I'm not going to resort to name calling in terms of like bringing family or bringing past. Like he's not going to do that, but he's going to test your intelligence, and he's going to bring out Cornell University, and he was on the debate club.
Yeah, he gonna hit you with that, like, I'm about to tap his jaw. You know what I mean? He will say things, you know what I mean? A little that type of talk, you know what I mean? Like,
you gotta pull rank, right? When
he's going to pull. He's going to show that he's one of us One of us has experience in debate. And I don't have to tell you fellas who it is.
This will be Garfield first one on the stage.
No. But no, he's going to say one of us have experience in debating at the collegiate level. And I don't have to tell you which one it is. He's going to put some snide remark. He doesn't think I just get my kick him in the face, but that's what in play.
Yeah, just don't pull a Chris Harris. Just don't pull a Chris Harris.
And the cutoff. Don't forget the cutoff. He's famous for the cutoff.
When the
in the middle of your presentation, he'll cut you off right in the middle of your shit when you get started.
They get in time. It's on the clock, so the cutoff won't work.
Who's the cutoff?
Jabari.
Jabari's pretty disciplined to me.
No, he's disciplined. He's disciplined.
He is disciplined.
The king of cutoff is Ankh.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me it seems like because he knows all the you know how the old boxers, how they know how, like they said Bernard Hopkins knew all the tricks, how to cheat and hit you while the ref wasn't looking and all that stuff. Jabari knows all that stuff. You see? So it's all about the game. It's all about the debate game, and he knows all those tactics. Jabari is well equipped. So Garfield got to come correct.
No, Jabari is one of the better. Jabari to me is better than Polite because he's Polite. Polite will convolute you with a lot of 3-syllable and 4-syllable words and be jumping all over the place. But Jabari will put you in that slow boat to China and
Jabari connect the dots. Polite don't connect.
Yeah. And when Jabari lull you and you relax, and Jabari said, "Let me paint a picture." The Egyptians, remember, Jabari do what I do sometimes. That who don't like it when like I paint a picture of a scenario. People say, "Oh shit, there goes Stupid again with his stories." But Jabari will tell you a story. Will tell you a story and say, "This is the baby.
Clear here.
This is the baby in the basket, and the breeze is blowing."
Yeah, I think too. I think all the pressure's on like Garfield. Really?
I think all the pressure is on Jabari. Jabari have more to lose. He has more to lose.
Jabari don't make videos. Jabari don't be on, so you don't really see Jabari until he comes on and talk.
Right.
Garfield was saying he gonna kill Jabari for like the past 2 years.
Hey, tell Chef Ron he wrong for going live while y'all on here.
So Chef Ron live?
Yeah, he tell him he wrong.
Terrible guy.
He was supposed to stay on here.
He must is trying to get something off. Yeah, he's got to be trying to get something off.
Yeah, let's pull up a little bit, man. I'm finna let him ask the bed.
I'm not gonna check out what the bro's talking about. Swazi.
I'm sorry, that's Ankh went live.
Yeah, Swazi, you in the house? What's up, Swat?
I'm here.
Yeah.
But just for the record, I do not believe that Pastor Bennett, 2 early debates, I believe he lost those. When he debated Ankh on Big Bang and Asar Big Bang. I don't think he did good on those 2. That's because he was first introduced to the whole community and how debates work.
He's sharp now. He's sharp now.
He didn't do good then.
Oh yeah, Pastor Bennett. Pastor Bennett is
he got to stay in his wheelhouse. Don't try to get out there talking about damn science and all
that. You can't. He's not gonna debunk the Big Bang.
Right? Yeah, he didn't do good. I think Unc got him pretty good.
Yeah, but since those 2 debates, he's a razor blade.
Yeah. Nah, he adapted really quick on how everything works.
Yeah.
Who are you talking about?
Pastor Bennett.
Yeah, I'm the man. I'm by the man talk for a living.
Yeah. No, he got better.
Talk for a living.
He got better.
Yeah.
The worst beat down ever was when Pastor Bennett beat down on Polite.
Oh yeah, he destroyed Polite.
And Garfield had to take the damn video down. It was so
he had beat up.
He beat Tazari out like a drum.
Like the way he started off with Chris video from Chris. I think Chris felt like he felt the way.
He made 2 people quit.
I mean, he just halfway through. It wasn't even that deep. He just ended it. You know what I mean? I think it's confidence. So it's like, you know what? I just quit. That way you can't say I lost. I quit.
He made 2 people quit. He was coming so damn hard. Cesario quit too. Then I watched. He made that excuse about his wife wouldn't labor.
Oh yeah.
But the timing was off, and Sonetta helped him lie.
Hey,
that happened later on that day.
What's funny is like every time this shit happened, he'd be like, "All right, listen, I'm not even gonna say no more. Listen, when that debate time come,
I'm gonna ragdoll you."
Quit. I'm like, oh man.
Did he beat Reggie?
Oh
hell yeah. That shit is crazy.
Now look, when he debated Cesario, I told Pastor Bennett, I said, Pastor Bennett, yo, let me help you with that one, because that's something I'm heavy familiar with, and I know, you know, because he'll be freestyling most of it, but I could have helped prepare for all Cesario talking points on that subject, where he did made it even more easier.
Pastor Bennett he's the truth.
Yeah, because that's really my argument. The argument that the subject they had, like that's what I did against. What's the dude name? I did it on my channel. It was like a straight wipeout. Straight wipeout. But that's something I always challenge Hebrew Israelites for the One West doctrine. I always challenge them for that. And even when I was a Hebrew, I was debating that subject. As a matter of fact, Divine Prospect also knows a lot about that, because he made a video, something similar to my video on that subject. So like this is like an easy win for anybody who's not in the One West doctrine. It's an easy win.
Divine Prospect, does he do the 12 tribe chart stuff?
Nah. But the subject was between Cesario and Pastor Bennett. It was
I remember.
Yeah, it was Joseph being I think biological father or something like that, Jesus. And Divine Prospect knows a lot about, and also can Gentiles be saved? Like this is just anybody who reads the Bible without any doctrine, just front to back, is gonna watch Cesario. If they got any debate skills, they're gonna watch him.
Yeah, but Divine Prospect was supposed to debate Pastor too, but he's running. Divine don't debate anybody. He was supposed to debate Garfield also. Yeah. So he's running. But what happened to that dude, Shaka Amos? Shaka, Garfield ran Shaka up to the community for years.
Shaka ran when they was talking about the whole Egypt. No, not the what they talking about? It's talking about what was the subject again about Egypt? Oh no, slavery. It's about slavery, right?
Yeah,
it was about slavery.
Yeah. Did the Africans had slaves?
Right.
Did the Egyptians slave the European?
Yeah.
And
exactly.
And that's what got Shaka out of there, right there.
Yeah. Garfield killed him. Man. Send him on, run him out to the community.
Yeah.
But I don't think
quick, man. I'm finna lay it down. Just parking real quick, man. Peace, everybody.
All right, peace, so. But you know, I don't think it was that debate. Remember, at the time when that happened, right? He moved to Florida, right?
Yeah.
So him and his wife moved to Florida. She's got the business going. He's helping her out. So he was like, man, this is my chance to get out of the conscious community. He was talking about how he was laying around reading.
Shaka?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, it's the elephant in the room.
No. I was, hey, Brendan, I was part of Shaka like university. I was actually part of that shit. And he used to always promise like all of us that was subscribed to that he was gonna rebut all the talking points that was against him, and he never did.
He never did. Chief X behave. Chief X behave. Behave. Yeah, Chief X. Let me hold your back, Chief X. Don't get in that fight. A hole in your back.
I can't understand you. Say it again.
A hold in your back. A hold in you. Don't get in that fight. I heard you a while ago. Behave. Don't get in that fight.
Talking about Shaka?
Yeah.
Oh, so I don't know why everybody keeps that secret though. You know that nigga's a child molester. Let's just say it.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, see, if I was caught up, it would be all around the world. Everybody be talking about it. That nigga the Chief X ain't shit. But y'all look certain people look up to, they kind of keep it quiet because they look up to
Yeah,
them.
and look,
That's how you know people look up to them.
no, but Chief X, that's a huge problem in Black society. You know, the child molesters, everybody who harm the kids, they always protected.
Yeah, what's it called? You know that dude, sometimes he be on the Blue and Real pill. His name is Tahuti Patah.
Yeah.
He's in jail right now for messing with his girlfriend's 10-year-old daughter.
Jesus.
Damn.
I don't know why all them cats red and blue pill be bringing out, be messing with little girls, talking about tantric sex and all that. Any dude talking about tantric sex is a predator.
Let's move on from that before
Okay,
we
let's
get,
go.
You guys know a little bit more about stuff than I do. Man.
Let's move on from that. Today, Senator brought up something. Because one of our strongest talking point is that if you cannot read the metadata, you shouldn't be able to have a conversation about it, or you shouldn't be able to debate about it. And Senator brought up that Dr. Ben wasn't able to read it.
Senator brought that dagger out, huh?
Right. So Dr. Ben wasn't able to read it.
Right.
Does that shine a bad light on Dr. Ben?
According to that standard, they would have to.
No. Let me clear that up, because this is what happened. Nobody ever cared. I've been around this community for a long time. Nobody ever knew how to read metadata.
Right.
Nobody even cared. It was totally fine. The SAR and Wujaru made everybody feel guilty and act like nobody know what they're talking about if they can't read metadata. So I would like us to stop acting like that's the reality. It's not the reality. Now, learning the metadata maybe help you figure out some ideas of what somebody meant, but
No, it's not reading Shakespeare. All right, we can read Shakespeare, but there are certain sonnets in Shakespeare that we can never understand without somebody actually explaining what it means. Although it is written in English, because the kind of phrasing that Shakespeare used, he relies heavily on other sources, like when he talks about how the sun moves across the sky. The language is very descriptive and he uses a lot of Greek sources. But at the same time, being able to read something and fully comprehend it and understand the poetry of the language. Because every language is written in its own poetic style. If you read English, it has a different poetic style. And if you read French, if you read Japanese, if you read Chinese, because they have different way how they phrase situations. So because somebody can decipher some symbols and string together a couple of symbols, that don't mean that they have a full comprehension of the language. That don't mean they have a full comprehension of the language. But if you say that to some people, they're saying that, oh, what school you went to? What this, what that, what this, what that? And you said, Jesus, Father, Common Sense University is the best university in the world. I believe that. I read papers. I read people with letters behind the name because it's hard work to get it. But I know a lot of people with letters behind the name who don't know shit. There's an old saying that says, who can't teach? And who can't teach those who teach. You ever heard it? Those who can't teach, and those who can't teach those who teach.
And also those who can't do, they teach. Something like that. Yeah.
Right. Those who
can't do, teach. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And keep in mind as well, right? It a lot of times it comes down to, how do you differentiate yourself, right? When you've got like a sea of people in the conscious community, everybody's vying for the people's attention. How do you differentiate yourself, right? So you play up your strengths just like you would in the job world, right? Mm-hmm. So if I can read the metadata, of course I'm gonna make that to be, oh yeah, you can't do, I can do something that you can't do, so I'm gonna overemphasize the importance of reading the metadata because I can do it. You know what I mean? So that's what I think a lot of it ends up being, right? People upplay, their strengths. That's all.
One upping everybody.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I can read the metadata. So yeah, absorb. If you can't read in the metadata, I don't want to hear what you got to say. Oh, because I can do it.
I remember Dr. Leslie Muhammad was saying, you can't read the German certain stuff. Don't talk to me. Yeah, so kind of like
because he could do it.
Yeah.
but the beautiful thing is that 5 years from now, somebody's going to create an app. Then you type it, then you put the symbols in, and it translates it. Well, and it translated based upon how they decipher it already. So what's the big deal?
Right. That's all that is.
Listen, when I was learning logarithm, I'm going to age myself now. I had a slide rule and I had a logbook. Remember the way you do in square, you had that slide. Anybody here know to use a slide rule? That's how old I am. Whenever you used to use calculator, you used to have a slide rule and you used to have a logbook, where you work out the logarithms and you go in the logbook and you look at the number, and you see sine, cos, and tangent, and you say, okay, that's what that means. Now, ask the average child to use a slide rule. They don't know what it is. Right? They don't know what a slide rule is, how you use it. They don't know what a logbook is. Yeah. Brenda, you know what a logbook is?
You got me having flashbacks to my junior high drafting class days.
Right? You have to have a slide rule and a logbook.
Exactly.
Nobody was using a calculator. No, you have calculators now. Then calculators came about. I remember the first time I saw a Texas Instrument that was able to plot the graph. That you put it in and it plot the graph on the calculator. And you say, shit, this is high tech. No, everybody have a PC with different apps so can do practically anything.
Right.
The slide rule is no more. The logbook, find a logbook.
Right. And those old calculators used to take so many batteries. You remember?
The Texas Instrument with 2 big batteries.
Back in the days, right? Like what the
right? If you didn't have a Texas Instrument calculator, you didn't have anything. When somebody had a Texas Instrument and a slide rule in the logbook, and it's okay, log this that.
Yeah, I remember giving my grafting calculator when I was done with school. I gave it to my cousin. She was starting school, and she was like, "Yeah, like this calculator is so expensive." And I was looking at it. I was like, "Here, you can have this one, right?" And I was hesitant to give it to her, right?
Right.
Then of course, right, the next semester, she was like dropped out of school. I was like, "Damn heifer!" It's like, give me back my calculator.
No, and it was very expensive too. It was almost
absolutely, yeah.
Today's money was almost like an iPhone money.
Yeah, it's like you better give me back my calculator. That's what I told her.
That grafting calculator from Texas Instrument with the big screen on it, with
right.
the yellow button, the yellow function button.
That is like 25 years ago, right? Yo,
right.
For me, right?
That's interesting because I had one of those special calculators that was about, it wasn't an iPhone, it was like $50, and it was like really you need a skill to use that damn thing. I forgot what I was using it for, but yeah,
you had to learn how to use it first.
That's true.
You had to learn how to use it. Even when we used to add integers with it, we used to use it to add integers and divide integers and all kind of bullshit. But you had to learn how to use it. I know, and in my generation, it was very expensive. I remember the first computer I had. The first computer I had was an Intel Pentium 1. The first laptop I got, it was 150 megahertz. That's the processing power, but 150 megahertz, single core. It had 8 megs of RAM. And a 16 gig hard drive, and it was a cat's pajama. It was a cat's pajama, that laptop, that Dell, that big heavy Dell.
Yeah.
Right? No, the last computer I bought is a 8-core Intel Pentium 7, 64 gig of RAM, 512 solid state drive, GTX XYZ embedded graphics. it's like 100 times faster than the one I had.
Terabyte hard drive.
Yeah, external hard drive. People went to space on the processing power that is in a calculator.
Wow.
And we're walking up and down with supercomputers and we're dumb as fuck.
Right.
Because the phones that we have now are quad core M1 chips in the iPhone, and the Samsung chips are almost as fast. The amount of processing power the average person walking up and down with now. NASA didn't have that when they was going to space.
Yeah, that's crazy.
NASA didn't have it when they was going to space. All those calculations was done. They didn't have the first IBM machine was as big as a room.
But you don't need a whole lot of processing power when your software is developed efficiently, right?
Right.
A lot of the problem that we have is that all of our software is just bloated in pieces of crap, right? So to compensate, right, you throw hardware at the software,
Right.
so to make it run faster. So that's what we're experiencing now, right? So, but if, like, for instance, if you have a really critical application that has to perform, like, for instance, if you're putting a craft in space somewhere where it can't fail, right? You're going to make sure that that software is optimized, right?
Right.
So if the software is optimized and designed properly, you don't necessarily need a whole lot of compute power for it, right? So, you know, that's how you squeeze a lot of technology into small spaces, and you do things like that, right? And you know, and you launch craft.
No, but even with that, and that is so true. Even with that, the average person have between you and I can tell you straight up that you have a desktop, you have a laptop, you have 2 phones, minimum. That's almost everybody in this room. Minimum.
Like me.
Right. We're not even talking about the gaming computer that you might have. We're just talking about the desktop, the laptop, the 2 phones, and the tablet.
Hey, Stu Peas, Unbiased, Brendan, Swazi, IBM. I'm about to roll.
Peace,
All right,
brother.
All right, brother.
Later.
Y'all got a question for me before I go?
No. Live right.
Okay,
Live right.
y'all be cool. Peace out.
Yeah.
All right, Chief.
All right.
But we're walking, Brendan.
Mm-hmm.
We're walking around with all of these processing power. What we're doing with it?
Oh yeah,
We don't even know how to
a lot of it is sitting dormant, right?
Yeah.
We'll give you an example. In terms of the
Am I off?
No, you there?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Brendan.
Yep. Like, for instance, the company I work for, we manufacture like network infrastructure devices, right?
Mm-hmm.
So over time, we've been throwing a lot of compute power, right, into our devices, right? So we said that, okay, well, these particular, right, network infrastructure devices, they've got processors that are, you know, they're like servers almost, right? So it was like, okay, well, to take advantage of some of that, what we did, we gave them the capability to host onboard applications, right? To say, okay, well, how do you, you know, instead of selling the customer this compute and it's just sitting there dormant, right? We'll give them an added capability to leverage some additional compute that's there instead of letting it sit, right? Because that increases, I guess you would say, the total cost of ownership, right? For having the box, right? And again, right, I think you know, more companies should do that. You can probably even do that inside of your house. Okay, well, where do I have dormant compute just laying around, right? And how can you leverage it, right? Because again, like I said, everybody's got a phone, probably 2 laptops, a computer in your office, a computer in your reading room, and all this, and probably something else over in your bedroom. So yeah. So how do you leverage that dormant compute that's just sitting there? Right. So that's a good question. It's a great question.
Yeah. Back in the day, I remember when I used to steal music and movies, I used to have a rack of hard drives. I basically build a computer, and like most of the spaces, I just place hard drives in them, and then I had external hard drives plugged into it, labeled A, B, C, D, E.
Right.
Connect other things on the board to add additional hard drives. I had back in the day, like the maximum was like a 120 gig hard drive. I had like about 10 of those, and I had thousands of movies because I just go on. There was this torrent site that I used to go on. No, before torrent, there was this site named Katz, Katz. Like we used to pay monthly, and used to get the links and the pieces and put them together. And like those are the best stuff. And like my computer was never off; it was constantly downloading, and because like I just got broadband and it was like unlimited, gigabytes of movies, gigabytes of music. I could never listen to all of them because I wanted them to say in the future what I could do with this if I wanted to set up a network and connect other people to host a hub, give them access to it through a web page.
Right.
That was my original plan. Until other people started getting, little copyright things. People realized that people was planning that.
Right. Yep.
Hosting, making it available.
Right.
But
The peer-to-peer thing came.
Yeah, the peer-to-peer. But what they do to kill us is that the phone companies realize it. So although they make download faster, always restrict uploads.
Yeah,
Uploads are never as fast as download because what they don't want is individual people saying, all right, if I can upload as fast as I can download, I can share my information faster with other people. I can create my own private network and lock it into like 10, 15 people, 20 people. They have access to my hosting capability. But I can only send up X amount of information and other people is going to get weird with that. Listen, I don't want to download at 10 KB per second. That's too slow. I want to download at 10 MB, 100 MB per second.
Yeah. That was the whole thing when you download something like, what was it called back in the days? Those peer-to-peer applications where you download music.
LimeWire. You talking about
LimeWire?
Yeah.
You had Nap something. Yeah.
Yeah. Napster and LimeWire and stuff.
Yeah. I be all over that.
And then you've got these audio files sitting on your machine, but what you don't understand is people are downloading those from your application as well.
Right.
You're a part of the entire peer-to-peer sort of network.
I used to always hate you stop them. I used to always hate you stop them from downloading my shit.
Right. So,
no, because that's what I used to do. I used to download like 100 things at one time because I know that you can't get it fast enough from one person.
Right, true.
One person can never ever fill your bandwidth. Yep. And I had so much bandwidth that you might as well just download 100 things and just watch it slowly fill up.
Yeah.
Shit, I made hundreds of CDs on LimeWire. Hundreds of CDs I made off of LimeWire.
It's like what was the thing? The recent thing they were doing. What was it? It was the Fire Sticks. Remember the Fire Sticks that people had?
Yeah.
I remember one of my partners. He was like, I guess he had a Fire Stick or something on his home. I guess his television or something. He was watching TV on the Fire Stick. And he got he said he got a notification from his internet service provider said that, hey, you need to stop doing whatever you're doing with this Fire Stick because this is illegal, because I guess they got something on there. They know you're doing something that you're not supposed to be doing, right? So he calls me because he knows I'm a tech guy, right? He says, hey, how can I I've heard of that I can do a VPN or something to mask what I'm doing because with this Fire Stick or whatever. How do I set this up? When I first thing I told him, I said, what you should probably do is stop using that Fire Stick. Yeah. Right. because they're telling you to do this for a reason, right? Because first of all, you're breaking copyright law, right? It's illegal in terms of what you're doing, right? And I'm not going to help you evade whatever consequences coming. No, I'm not helping you out. Just disconnect that Fire Stick and buy some cable television, right? Like no, he's like, quit being a cheapskate.
No, I have a Fire Stick, and somebody gave me a program the other day. And my Fire Stick, I have like about 10,000 channels all over the world. I can watch Jamaican TV. They have all different kind of shit now. But the problem is that if they strike the fire stick, they know the MAC address. If you're doing something on a computer and they strike it, sometimes sometimes the cable company, how they set it up is that each of your end user thing has a unique identifier, unique MAC address. And sometimes that is used in order to set up a network, in order to identify the individual PC that acts on the information.
Right.
And if you don't have a proper router to cut off externally from outside, they can know everything that is attached inside your house. Because that's a lot of people don't buy an external router, different from the cable company router.
Yeah.
So listen,
Right.
the cable company router is going to connect to my router. And my router is going to connect to everything else. And from my router, I am going to lock access. So my router is actually end user. My router will decide what information it's sending out. But you not going to have access to anything behind my router.
Right. You firewall it off. Right. You got a firewall off.
Yeah, you have a firewall, but people connect directly to the cable company router. So when you're pirating, they know exactly which machine you're using because they know your MAC address. And that MAC address is as unique as your thumbprint. Every piece of instrument has its own unique MAC address. And you can't change that shit. You'll have to sort off that shit. Right?
It's burned in. We just call them the burned in address, the BIAs. Yeah. So
when you're stealing information, they know it's yours.
You probably should know what you're doing when you're stealing stuff, right?
Yeah, when you're stealing stuff, you should know what to do. First thing, you go and buy a good router. You go online and you search out a good router. You don't buy the $100 ones.
Right. Well, you know, well, the Fire Stick only costs you $20 at the swap meet, so you know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So
well, this company here, Glow Fiber, they use Fire Stick as part of their connection now.
What?
Glow Fiber?
Virginia. Yeah. Yep.
Well, I guess it depends on what you're doing with it, I guess, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's just a piece of hardware that runs some software, right? So it depends. If you're not doing anything illegal and you're not stealing anything with it, I guess it'd be perfectly fine, I guess. I don't know. You know.
Yeah. Well, it's being given to me through a company, so I ain't gonna have to answer for it. They will. You know what I'm saying? That's a part of the company's package in their setup. So if anything was to be said, they would have to catch the flag, not me.
No. Well, but But there was this dude on YouTube, this fat dude.
Yeah, wasn't the guy that was doing that? What's his name? Omni with a Hellcat was selling internet access like that.
He was selling cable access like that, and I have a friend who was doing it. Like, you set it up, you give out passwords to people, you charge them monthly, and so you have like I said to you, so how much you paying for cable? And you say $100 a month. I say, I will charge you $30 a month, and I'll give you all the channels. It's all the time, I mean all the channels. And you pay the $30 a month, and when you don't pay, I can lock you off. Because I set it up with passwords and all of that. And you have to pay me. And so if I have 1,000 subscribers, that's 30,000 a month easy. And in the Black community, people tell people, oh man, I have the hookup. I have the hookup. I can get the internet. I can't get the cable. They can't get the internet right now.
Right.
People trying, but they can't get the internet.
Yeah, because until IBM's point, at that point, it's the liability is on them, right?
Right. Because if you can get if they were able to give it, if people was able to connect to the trunk line, to that big fiber optic line out by sea, out in the sea, and give it and create their own internet, but to lease it and to pay that amount of money, it has to be a big corporation.
Yeah, or you got like a neighborhood with Fios, right? In the because right now I've got like 1 gig. I've got like a gig upload and a gig download. Right? It's amazing. The bandwidth that you can get, right? But again, you know, depending on your area, not everybody's going to be able to get Fios connectivity, right? Fiber, so fiber directly to your homes.
Right. AT&T Fios. That's how much they're charging you. Oh, something of a nice thing now, I know. What's his name? The Tesla person.
Elon
Elon Musk.
Bezos or Musk.
Yeah,
Elon
Musk.
Yes. Yeah, he has something named Starlink.
Okay.
This is the satellite provider. And the speed not bad. The speed's good. Up and down, it's good. Yeah. A lot of people using it. Like if
They
you have an
put up a lot of
RV or
satellites.
anything like that. Yeah, he placed a
Usually
lot
it's
of
more
satellites in there.
expensive. Right. Usually satellite, connectivity is more expensive, but it's pretty
Yeah.
good. Is he doing it in a way that's cost effective or something?
Yeah, it's like $150 a month unlimited.
That's not bad.
And like you can connect your RVs, and it's a nice little like small dish that automatic locate the satellite, and you have a clear sky, you're good to go. I think it's fast.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah.
It's fast.
They're trying to give you compatibility in the middle of the ocean nowadays with the new technology and all the satellites they put up.
Anywhere you go, you can get it. Anywhere in the continent of the United States. I think he has the Western.
Well, I'm talking about out in the middle of the ocean too. They trying to give you connectability all around the world, so in the middle of the ocean, wherever.
Yeah, satellite.
You can be They put up a lot of satellites for that. This, new wave of technology is coming at us.
Right, as opposed to cellular, right? When you got a satellite phone, right? Or exactly, anywhere. It would be interesting if you could have a satellite phone like that you could tether with a gig of connectivity, right? That would be crazy, right? How much would business people?
You mean the marketing and how much you think they can make off of that?
No, when people with yachts and people with jets have it on it. People with yachts and
keep
people with
falling
jets.
off, Brendan.
Yeah, my thing is acting crazy tonight.
Yeah, people with jets and people with boats pay a lot for internet because they use satellites.
Yep.
I think Elon going to cover that also.
And people in the middle of the boondocks, right?
Yeah, people in the middle of the boondocks.
People like the buy homes that want to be away from people.
They're like the new white people want to be away from the woke community. They're going out now and what they call it, homesteading. That's a new thing. They're homesteading.
Yeah,
they're moving away. So pretty soon this people
Elon Musk got those little build up houses, those little like tiny houses almost. He's got those that's set up with all the technology. You can plug in your phones and all this stuff. He's into a lot of different stuff, the space race and Neuralink, with the artificial intelligence stuff. He's into a lot of stuff, he's got his own foundation, so you got to watch out for him because, like I said, that's philanthropy right there, brother. That's those philanthropists again.
Right. Now, the Neuralink is part of science. That's something that the world can. That's where humanity is going to be able to benefit from if those ideas. By the way, Neuralink is just in the hypothesis stage. It's just something they're talking about, right?
I was going to ask, what is that? I've heard that term.
So now look. Watch this.
He put it in the first human recently.
Okay. No. Stop it.
So,
okay. So I want you to explain.
I'm not.
Okay. Hold on, brother. Just get some order here. You mentioned
every time I talk about this.
I got it. No. It's not about talking about it. It's about educating us about it. Not me, because I know about Neuralink.
Okay.
I'm sure you know about it. So Brendan asked a question. He said he heard about it. Explain what Neuralink is to Brendan.
No,
it's a newer form of the brain implant that can help with the disabled people's communicating through machines or blowing tubes, things of that nature, when it's making it more compatible with the machine that you're going to be talking to or blowing into or whatever, and stuff like that to control your vehicle or your prosthetic limb. And his is just a more recent form of the one that goes under the brain cap. The second one was the one that sat on top of your head, and then I think the first one too. But this one, he drills a hole and then puts it in, and then all these little fibers, I guess you call them, goes out and it connects with your nerve endings in your brain and stuff, and connects it with your brain, and then you can control those prosthetic limbs or your blowing tube, or whatever machinery it is you're trying to control, or whatever you're trying to communicate through with that. Yeah, it's a technology.
It's
it's
not
been
new.
out for a little bit.
Let me say something.
Yeah.
Let me say something. In the late 70s, early 80s, the United States Air Force was experimenting with the brain cap, the same Neuralink technology, in order to assist fighter pilots. It was to move objects up and down. It was in the beginning stage, and they stopped. They said it was not reliable. But as technology increased, they're probably trying it again.
All right, so now let me add my two cents on it, because I watched Elon Musk, Joe Rogan interview, and I read on this. Right, so Neuralink is not for the ordinary regular people like you and I. It's for people disabled with brain things like autism, paralyzation, like things like that. Okay, and it helps them become normal. Right, so it's for disabled people with brain issues, and Neuralink helps those people become normal and function side like you and I. So that's just in a nutshell, right there. It's not for regular people who are able. It's for the disabled but brain issues.
I understand where you're going with that, But as I said, the original application where it was tried back in the 70s and 80s, that thing would be easy to weaponize. Imagine a fighter pilot being able to connect directly to his jet through Neuralink.
Yeah. Now I don't know anything about that. That's something back in the day.
Or imagine a programmer.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I don't know anything about that, but we were speaking about Neuralink from Elon Musk, right? And that's not something he was working on, in his project.
Yeah, because most technologies can be weaponized, right? Depending on with particular applications. Yeah, so
Elon Musk can unload a military contract.
Right, I can imagine what you could do with it. Yeah,
Elon Musk have a ton load of military contract. He might not speak about them publicly, but remember when he went on Joe Rogan and smoked weed, he had to be tested for months after that, because they were saying that how you're giving this junkie military contracts. Elon Musk have a ton load of military contracts that he's doing with the American military. So when he comes on and he tells you the civilian applications of stuff, he's not telling you what other stuff is being used for.
Well, look. Well, let me say this though. When it comes to military contract, I know because I watch American Greed. That's one of my favorite shows. Yeah, anybody can have a military. One group of white boys was responsible for all the Teflon that the United States military was getting access to. And then guess what? At some point, they compromised the bulletproof vest and Teflon, and the soldiers had nothing. They thought they were protected. Man. But it was no bulletproof, nothing for sometimes, right? So anybody can have, some type of government contract, and that's for the Army, or Monica Lamb know a lot about that. But anybody can go in contract. Matter of fact, all of the government materials, basically contractors, they're just regular capitalists like you and I.
No, but I'm not talking about supply contracts. Elon Musk have supply contracts. Elon Musk have development contracts. That's a whole different ball game. Those dudes were supplying stuff to the military. Elon Musk is developing stuff for the military. That's a whole different that's billions of dollar ball game. That's the kind of contracts he has. The SpaceX, finding cheaper ways to send satellites into space.
Yeah, you're talking about folks like Northrop Grumman, Raytheon, and the Boeings. They're doing stuff like this. Yeah, exactly.
Those kind of contracts.
Yeah.
Those kind of contracts where the zeros don't end. You're looking at 10 and 12 zeros. Those are the contracts he has. Not supply contracts, not supplying toilet paper, toilet tissue, or developing next generation technology. Because this dude is smart. They're going to use it. So if he gets up tomorrow morning and says, I think I know how to do a laser, even when he doesn't have it written down on paper, they'll pay him for it.
But that's capitalism.
But again, I think we give Elon Musk a little bit more credit than he deserves in terms of his engineering prowess. He's sort of like Edison and Tesla in that regard, right? He takes the credit for all of his army of engineers, right?
Right.
He's not He's not a rocket scientist. He hires a lot of rocket scientists, and then he masquerades around as one. So
yeah. No. He throws a lot of shit against the wall.
Through philanthropy.
Right.
He has a lot of money.
I see what he's doing. Right. Exactly.
Against the wall.
Exactly.
You ride to the end.
Yeah. He hires some brilliant engineers. Yeah. Absolutely. And takes credit for their work.
Right.
But that's it. He has the money. He can afford R&D. R&D is what made America great. The Chinese are not good at R&D, research and development. What they're good at is stealing intellectual properties. Right? No, let's be honest. Anybody here know about Schwinn, the bicycle company? What's his name? Schwinn, the bicycle company. Schwinn was America's greatest bicycle company. Right? And because they wanted to maximize profit, they said, let's move to China. We can get manufacturing cheap. And they moved to China. And within a year, there were 2 Chinese bicycle factories building bicycles just as good as Schwinn for half the price. All of those bicycles were seen at Walmart. All of those are Chinese bicycles based on Schwinn intellectual property. Because of Schwinn greed, they took how to make bicycles to China, and the Chinese stole the IP and started making bicycles for themselves. Well, there's some Chinese version of iPhone that is just as fast as iPhones.
Really?
Of course, because the phone is made in China. They steal the property long time. Yeah. But those phones are not allowed to come on the American market.
Are you guys familiar with the business model of SpaceX? I think this is the private business. This is Elon's private space business, right?
That's what I said earlier. When he's dealing in space, also,
And he doesn't. And I guess he's vowed not to go public with the company, right? Because for reasons when he talks about he doesn't want to be subject to regulation and the oversight that's involved with bringing that type of company public, right? I would rather keep it private, right? Have my say so over what I'm doing internally, right? So I don't have to answer to anybody, right? So what are you guys' thoughts in terms of that type of approach, and especially because again, like to your point, Stu Pease, right? They're providing a ton of research capabilities and a ton of services to the U.S. government, right? As a private company with very little oversight, I would say, right? Because it's completely private, right?
And there's this movie. I don't like to use movies as analogy. There's this movie I watched the other day with it's called The Man Who Fell to Earth. Nice series. I think it was on Apple. The Man Who Fell to Earth. If you have a chance, it's one of the best series that came out last year. And watch it, The Man Who Fell to Earth. But in it, there was this large company that actually the CIA controlled. The American government has some control over Elon Musk. Don't let it be said. There's nobody that is going to be running rampant with American money like that. And with so much available technology, rocket technology. How hard it is, if you can send a rocket to space, how hard it is to weaponize that rocket, to be an IBM, to be an intercontinental. How difficult is it for Elon Musk to turn any of those rockets into missiles?
Satellites too.
Right? How hard it is for those satellites to be weaponized.
Yeah.
Just nobody's going to sit around and give anybody that much power.
Yeah, I said this the other day, Stu Pease. They're moving so fast that they don't send out the memo of what they're doing. You know, like Elon Musk is getting into the robot game. He's got his first prototype of the Tesla AI robot. He's getting into the robot game too. So, I mean, it's just like Bill Gates moving around through philanthropy. You know, controlling vaccines and. You know, it's just. I mean, that's just the same. It's just the same. It's just the same old narrative. These philanthropists has been going through forever and ever.
My boy,
and unbiased. Yes. Yes. See, here we go.
My boy, we're talking together.
Just threw the flag.
Yeah.
Don't go
I
on
haven't
a
been
rant.
talking.
Okay, I got it. But don't go on a rant. Like we're all contributing to the conversation. But if you say something that we want to check, you got to stop. He's not controlling vaccines, my boy. Okay, so if you're going to look into Bill Gates, then let's have a Bill Gates discussion. All right, can I ask something that I looked into? So now,
okay, go ahead.
Now, what vaccine did he was a part of? Wait, first of all, do you know anything about malaria in Africa? Do you know anything about that?
I'm not gonna go there with you because you're not even. Okay. I'll go with wormwood. Let's go with wormwood.
All right, my boy. I'm okay. I'm gonna mute my boy, right? Because we're not gonna do
the conspiracy, the super conspiracy.
The super rant. We're not gonna do that because
that's a super conspiracy.
He saved more lives in Africa than any black person I know. And you
malaria kill more black people every year.
Right. I think it's in 100,000 Nigerian babies that's like succumb to malaria. So we're not going to do that. And he's responsible for all the he invested money in malaria nets and all type of vaccines. So we're not going to do that. Where he brought like the death toll like damn near to like zero almost. You know, so we're not going to do the conspiracy thing. That's why I asked him questions and he just wanted to rant. We're not doing the rant thing. This show, I keep telling him, this is not the pseudo rant. That's Sarnetta or somebody else. I don't know. That's somebody here. We're going to be challenged. I'm challenged. Brendan's challenged. Everybody's challenged here. You say something that we think is not accurate, we're going to challenge you.
Listen, everybody wants to get onto Bill Gates, right? And say he is poisoning and killing people.
Which is goofy as hell.
If Bill Gates wanted to poison and kill people, why they don't get onto Monsanto? Monsanto is the maker of the pesticide.
Right.
That most farmers around the world use. The seeds, most farmers use Monsanto's seed around the world. Why we don't talk about Monsanto's wanting to kill people?
Exactly.
Monsanto's have a better opportunity to kill people than Bill Gates. All the food that we eat in this country, most of the food we eat around the world, Monsanto's have their hand in it. It's one of the richest companies in the world. We need to look up on that.
Can I say something real quick, Stu Pease? Because I was the one that was challenged. Let me jump in here real quick because I've read this to him before.
Yeah, but don't wait.
No. You stop.
Don't rant. All right, I read him again. Listen, I don't want to misrepresent anything we're talking about. He didn't teach me shit about Bill Gates. Okay, I was already researching. I'm well aware of his foundation. I'm a subscriber to his YouTube channel. Him and his wife. So he didn't. And Neuralink too, by the way. He taught me nothing about Neuralink. Neuralink is something I already was up on. So some of these talking points, even Monsanto, Stu Pease brought up. Nobody. I did my own research on Monsanto some years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. So these are not talking points that people are educating me on or put me on. They're not. So I'm not gonna have people come on a live and act like they mentioned this shit. This is the first time we're all hearing about it. Stop it.
If you're a black man, you really hear about all of this. You hear about the conspiracy theory. Yeah. Bill Gates' conspiracy theory was one of the first I heard about. And I was saying to this, why would Bill Gates go into Africa for malaria? He had the money. Why, if he wanted black people dead, why didn't he just leave malaria to kill black people?
It was so successful.
It was malaria is super successful.
Right. Right.
Meanwhile,
Nature is
Africans,
the most efficient killer on the planet. Why
right,
get
right.
why get in the way? Right.
right, right, exactly. And look, and meanwhile, the people who are affected by malaria loves Bill Gates because they see that kids are living now. Because malaria, most diseases kill kids. Most diseases outside of COVID-19 are kid killers.
Do you know that polio has reemerged in New York? That
Who?
polio,
Yeah.
P-O-I-L-O,
Yeah, polio
polio.
never really left the United States, by the way. But yeah,
Right, no, but some idiot now is going to tell you that they're not vaccinating the kids.
from
Polio
polio.
was eradicated in the United States, meaning that they had 0 cases of polio. But now they're finding, when they test the sewage water in New York, they're finding the polio virus. That means that somebody is shedding polio. Somebody out there is shedding polio. Right? If you look at monkeypox, monkeypox just came out the other day, and there's already 10,000 cases worldwide.
That's crazy.
There's already 10,000 cases worldwide, and people have been talking, oh, monkeypox not real. No, listen, in 2022, I believe in that you give people the Japanese bow. Shaking hands could be detrimental to your health.
Yeah,
Hmm.
Physical contact now could be detrimental to your health.
yeah.
People walking around with all different kind of viruses and bacteria. Right? So you shaking them hand, and it's not like if you shake somebody's hand and go into a meeting, you can step out and go and wash your hand. You have to have whatever contaminant they had on their hands on you for the next 2-3 hours while you're in the meeting. You scratch your face, you touch your lips.
Yeah, well, you get what you have to do is to have that bottle of that sanitizer in your hand.
Yeah, but when can you use it? When can you use it?
Right.
You can't use it. I just shake the person's hand.
Right. Well, that's one of the things though. And I'm sort of faced with that now, right? It's like, okay, well, everybody's sort of returning to normal when things
Right.
aren't normal.
When
Right.
things
So how
aren't
do
normal.
you So how do you react to that? Right. When everybody's in the meeting with no mask on, right? But everybody knows that's not safe. It's a weird dynamic that we've got going on right now, right? So when everybody's shaking hands, knowing when you shouldn't, so it's just crazy. It's just crazy to me.
So now, indigenous,
Right.
go ahead with your Bill Gates. Go ahead. You got the floor.
Bill Gates thing.
I agree with Stu P's. Monsanto is a thing that we need to, round up also. Monsanto Roundup, the Roundup you can spray that on those Monsanto seeds and it won't kill it. That's one of the things that Bill Gates has going for him. He owns a lot of farmland. He's one of the biggest. Hold on,
that was 2 P's, all right.
If you don't want to hear what I got to say, man, just tell me to leave. That's all you got to do. Because I'm telling you, I'm tired of the childish bullshit. Y'all keep cutting me off every time I start saying something. You won't let me finish.
My apologies. Sorry.
Now, anyway, and he's growing fucking potatoes for McDonald's. Goddammit! Now, look that up too while you're running your mouth. And just like I taught y'all, the gospel of wealth and other timely essays. Did any of y'all know about that? No. This is a philanthropist talking. Now let me tell you what the fuck he said. Andrew Carnegie, nigga. The rich are obligated to help the poor. The rich should use their superior wisdom, doing for them better than they would or could for themselves. Okay? And it's the same fucking narrative that Bill Gates got. It's the same narrative that Elon Musk got. And they doing this shit, and they ain't asking for our approval. They just doing it whatever the fuck they want to do. And just like my brother Brendan said, they don't have no regulations because they're private companies. So they're regulating their motherfucking self. Now I'm finished.
All right. So, Bill Gates had a lecture with I don't know the correct title, but the president of France, right? And how they invested in Africa and the Africans. Do you know anything about that?
No, I'm not familiar with that, brother.
Of course you would. Now what they did was, now since they hate Africans so much, Brendan and Stu Pease, their whole thing is to educate Africans, and keep the money in, like, so they don't want Africans to move out of Africa, right, and go somewhere else. They want to educate Africans in Africa how to build Africa better, and like when in their living conditions. So they don't want them to leave from Africa. So the encouragement is we're going to educate you, and we're going to have you stay in Africa and build your own, like where you live at. We're going to help you build it up with the education that we're going to afford you to. So it's funny how like those type of things that is not on the mind of a conspiracy theorist, like they conveniently don't. Now this is part of the Bill Gates, channel. This is everything he's talking about. That's on there as well.
No, but do you know that there's certain African country where the Africans not really migrating from? We're talking like Botswana. We're talking like Kenya. We're talking like South Africa. Not many people migrate from South Africa. We're talking like parts of Nigeria. They're becoming developed countries.
Yeah, they're more developed areas.
Yeah. Right. Kenya, Botswana, Rwanda, South Africa, Nigeria.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're stable, and they're very, very stable. They in terms of political unrest, they don't see as much. Remember, every nation that you just mentioned, Stu Pease, those were included in the envoy stops with the Secretary of State both last week and this week, right? Every one of them that you just mentioned, they were on that list of political trips, on that political trip.
You know why?
Yeah, but go ahead. Yeah.
You know why?
Mm.
Because they are the fear is that the Chinese is going to have more influence in those stable countries, in those stable economies.
Mm.
So she went, Podolsky went there now to say, listen, are you still our friends? Are we still friends? Or are you the friends of the Chinese? Because Botswana economy is good. It's mining, it's cattle, it's agriculture. This country was a poor country 50 years ago. Now it's on par with Mexico in terms of GDP, which for African countries is not bad.
Mm.
Right? Rwanda is good.
Mm.
Kenya is good. Nigeria is good. They might not have the same GDP as America, but the GDP that they have is significant. So these countries now have money because like Botswana, the mining in Botswana, the diamond mining is very lucrative.
Right. The uranium in Kenya and the
uranium in Kenya, right? Yeah. It's very these countries started, and it's not like back in the day, where the government is now stable.
And keep in mind, right? This particular trip that I'm talking about, this is on the heels of the Russian foreign minister that made the same trip to all the same countries.
Right.
Right. So of course we're coming. Hey, what did you talk to him about? Right. It's like so yeah. So the Russians are, they've already made the same diplomatic sort of a trip around.
Right. And the plans that worked in the 70s and 60s, where you destabilize this economy, is not going to work in the 2020s. It's not going to work. They understand, a lot of these countries understand that when we do civil war, we're only getting in debt to the West. So they're not really playing that anymore. They're not playing that. They understand that, listen, whether we like it or not, the Western countries destabilized a lot of Africa. And they had to do it. Because you wouldn't be able to rape the resources of a country that is not destabilized. You wouldn't be able to have them sell you the natural resources for cheap. If you're not putting them in debt, you tell them, say you need food and water. Well, you have that stuff. We provide food and water for you, but you have to give us this.
Yeah.
But A lot of these countries not doing that anymore. When you look at Europe, what natural resources Europe had? Europe didn't have any real natural resources. Most of the natural resources they got from Africa.
That's why they all down there doing their bullshit, Bill Gates included. Hey, what about Uganda though, Stu Peace?
But Uganda still, Uganda not doing well. There's no civil war in Uganda right now. Let me try.
No, I was just wondering how they said on the, on the scale of, whether they're,
they're
if
very
they're
poor.
well-to-do or they're poor.
They're poor. This thing, it takes 50 years, 50 to 60 years to start edge out of poverty. Most economies, it takes 50 to 60 years to get out of poverty in terms of being the poorest of the poor.
Yeah.
Right? The Arabs went into to Sudan. Sudan would be a nice little country if the Arabs didn't go in there and undermine it.
You know what's the craziest thing, right? When you hear these I'm just gonna flat out call them these Egyptomaniacs, right? And they talk about, it's like, yeah, we're gonna sell this cruise, we're gonna do this cruise thing, we're gonna cruise the Nile, we're gonna go over there and see these things over in ancient Egypt, and by the way, we're gonna do a 2-day trip over to the Sudan, right? To see some monuments or some ancient things over in Nubia, right? Without telling you, it's like, yes, Sudan's embroiled either in a civil war or just underwent a military coup last year. Of course, they don't know any of this stuff, right? It's like, and plus, if you look at the State Department website, they say do not go to Sudan because if you do, you're subject to, they're in the middle of an armed conflict, war, civil unrest, right? You're subject to kidnapping.
Oh shit.
What is it? Terrorism.
No, but
all of these things.
No, but let's be true. The other thing too. My fundamental problem with this is right. Mm-hmm. You are putting the average trip to Egypt. If you stay in Egypt for a week, the average person spending $2,000 between airfare, more than $2,000 to $3,000 between the airfare and hotel accommodation.
Right.
We're not talking about first class either. We're talking about economy.
Right.
The ticket's not cheap, and then you get gouged to stay in a shitty westernized hotel, right. And you get gouged for the food. So if you carry 30 people with you, that's $100,000 you're putting in these people's pockets that don't like you. They fundamentally don't like you, right? So every year you're going over there to get these Arabs richer.
And Egypt isn't the safest place to visit either. Right?
No, it is not. It is not. Go and visit down south. Let them set up a black Airbnb or a black inn or a black bed and breakfast, and you support that, and you talk about the mass migration from people from the south to the north, and you spend your money with black people then. Right. Why are you spending your money with the Egyptians that don't like you?
Yeah, and you have to think about the Egyptian police force, right? This is like after the Arab Spring that happened several years ago, right? With the I think they overthrew, was it the President Mubarak, right? Mm-hmm. With the Arab Spring, and then the that military crackdown or that police crackdown that they have, the police force that they have in place today is very strict, right? In terms of tourism, right? What you can do, your movements, what you can take pictures of, and what you can't. It's very heavy-handed, and a lot of people get their personal items taken. Things like I would hate to be over there and end up getting incarcerated or something crazy like that. So again, these people, you got to be careful when you're globe hopping and going to these places, right? You get caught up in this this whole idea of, you know, ancient Egypt, and you're going over in the Middle East or the Northeast Africa, and you're not up to date on current situations, right? You know, it's one thing if you know what you're getting into, and it's a whole different thing if you're taking your older, your elderly mother or your wife or something over into these areas, right? No, you don't do that.
No, but you don't even speak the language either.
Right. You don't speak the language. You don't know the customs. Exactly. You don't know the political situation, the laws. Right. Because these are Arabic countries, right? So,
right.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Well, I would go to Uganda because they just discovered 31 million tons of gold worth $12.8 trillion over there, and they're going to let Chinese mine it.
Yeah, well, you know, again,
A great big gold deposit.
How do they know how big the gold deposit is?
Ask the news reporters, Stupies. They saying they're going to use the gold. They're going to try to use the gold discovery to lead to liberation. So yeah, that's where I'm going, because they partying like it's 1999 right now.
There's a saying that there's a saying that at the bottom of every gold mine there's a big fat liar. At the bottom of every gold mine.
Well, the same
Check it
thing
out, though, y'all. Check it out.
Same thing with the recent oil discovery in Sudan. They discovered a huge oil deposit slap in the middle of the Sudanese desert, right? Mm-hmm. You know, it could potentially be a very wealthy country, but right now it doesn't do them very much good in the resources in the ground, right? And the country in turmoil. You know. Mm-hmm.
No, one thing about the Chinese, you know, if the Chinese want something, you know, a lot of the conflicts that was in on the continent, the Chinese helped to put a stop on it, you know. Although they don't business what kind of government you are, they help you to stop the conflicts because money can't make in conflict. And if the Chinese want that oil, you'll find that Sudan is going to be a very peaceful place in the next 10 years. They'll find a way. I don't know how they do it, but they find a way. Their diplomacy is they know how to they know how to do diplomacy. Well, they want to be paying off people, but they do that shit.
Well, you know, money smooths over a lot of conflicts, right? You know?
Right, yeah. Like, hey. And the Chinese have a ton load of American money. They don't know what to do with it.
Right. It's hard to fight when you're fat and happy, right?
Right.
You put on a few too many pounds. You don't want to go out and carrying a M1 rifle, an aged M1 rifle for too far in the desert, right? Yeah, like, come on. I'd rather just go home and, you know.
And everything is okay. Because let's look at it this way. Even now, the Chinese economy is so big, right? It is so big. They don't really import stuff. What they import foreign cars and luxury items. Everything else they make for themselves. Right? Tesla was selling well there. They started making their own electric cars. So they have a strong internal economy and a strong external economy. What they do with all of their money? They don't know what to do with it. They have enough money that they can afford to go to Africa and trillions every year. They have enough money what they do all different type of shit with.
Well, you have to. One of the things about China, right, is its march towards being the world's biggest superpower, right? And you look at all the political headlines, probably a decade or so, right? It was on pace to do that, right? But now maybe not so much, right? Their growth prospects have sort of plateaued, right? But because for several reasons, right? Because, you know, and I think we talked about this over on the Solar Killer show. In this, if you kind of do your research in terms of China, right? for many years, right, they were closed off, right? They had a closed economy to the world, right? But as soon as they opened up their economy to the world, of course, they saw exponential growth, right? For obvious reasons, right? They were only selling and trading with themselves. So when they opened it up to to the world, right, it grew, right? So the political leaders, they had these ambitions of becoming this world political power, right, that was going to overtake the West, right? But one of the Achilles heels of it, right, because the population was so big, right? So you remember what they did, the one child thing, right?
Good.
So but the problem, one of the problems, or I guess you would say unintended consequences of the one child policy is that now where they have an aging population, right? So in terms of like in the coming decades, they don't necessarily have like this young population to move into the workforce anymore like that, right? So,
you know what they did? Because the one child policy resulted in the birth of more boys because girls were aborted or girls were killed off.
right.
So people could have boys. What they start doing now is exporting those boys to Africa. Because you have 300 more. You have like, the last time I checked, I don't want to lie, but it's like 75 million more boys than girls in China. What are you going to do? Those 75 million boys need relationships. So what you do? You send them to Africa, right? So a lot of African countries now, the half Chinese population is growing because when those men go to China, they don't have the one child policy anymore. So they're impregnating these African wives with 2 and 3 kids, 4 kids. So you have a lot of half Chinese in a lot of African countries. So because you have to export the boys. What are you going to do with the boys? If you have 75 million more boys than girls,
what are you gonna do, right?
You export them,
right? And again, right? You say you have that dynamic, and then you have this dynamic. What they call what political scientists call the peaking power syndrome that we talk about, right? Is that when a world power that had these ambitions of imperialism sort of peaks out, right, without actually meeting those expectations, right, they become dangerous, right? So what are they going to do to sort of reignite that march towards imperialism, right? So what China was previously doing, right, in its through economic means, they may try to make up through military. So that's the dangerous piece that everybody's looking at, right? In terms of what is Beijing gonna do to keep on pace with that march towards imperialism and becoming the world that rival with the U.S., right? Because they're significantly behind the U.S. In terms of GDP and technology, like so to speak. Because when you really look at it, right, it's like they're still behind, right? They to their credit, they did great jobs. You're right. They've got what is it? Their fighters are really good. I think they had some advancements in their military fighters, things like that. But their carriers maybe not so much, right? They don't have their naval fleets aren't advanced as ours and those types of things. So, but yeah.
No, the fighters are good. The missile system is good.
Right.
Because most of that is stolen American technology.
Right.
So like
but the naval fleets are what wins world wars, though. Right.
Yeah. But the naval fleet not good, but the missile system good. But I'm going to tell you this. If the system is more updated than Russia, their missile system is more updated than Russia.
Oh yeah.
The tank system.
Russia's got old USSR stuff. Yeah, exactly. Old, antiquated.
The infantry is good because it's American stolen technology. So the tank is as good as the M1 Abrams because they stole that technology. And they're able to. But my thing is this: what will America do when when China decide to go back for Taiwan? Nancy Pelosi was there. Are they going to intervene?
They've got a blockade on
They're
Taiwan
probably going to try
today.
to add Taiwan. They're probably going to try to add Taiwan to NATO, like they did with the Ukraine. Well, hold on.
They will never let that happen.
Hold on. Before y'all get too far, Brandon, I wanted to on a couple of points that you made. The birth rate. You're right about that. The girl on versus the male versus female. How many in the population? I'm not sure, but I know that there's more. But you're dealing with 1.5 billion people.
Right.
All right, compared to 300 million. They outnumber us in that point right there. About 5 to 1? So, but you're right about the nation. And see, it's almost the same as the this colonizer theory. We're only 10%, 15% of the world's population, so we have to put out all this craziness to make everybody scared of us and make everybody believe that we're first class and all this stupid shit. You understand? The United States got 300. Wait a minute. The United States got 300 million people. How are you going to police 1.5 billion?
No, but I can put it in this way. England had far less people, and at one point they controlled 75% of the world.
Yeah, and England's birth rate's going down, and so is their numbers and all that. But they got us believing that they're the ones who's in control of everything, and need to tell us how to live and how to be and how to roll, because they're the smart ones. See, like Carnegie told you, same old shit, just a different day.
So no, but China is going back for Taiwan. Everybody know that. Everybody know that. And they remind.
I said that earlier this year.
After Nancy Pelosi left China because she knew that she wasn't supposed to go there. She knew that she wasn't supposed to go there. She went there.
It's about 20 years since we visited Taiwan, right?
Yeah,
25.
right.
So
you know that you're not supposed to go there because you cannot call Taiwan an independent state. Taiwan is officially a part of China in diplomatic matters. Right? They might be autonomous, but they're still a part of China. And it's China.
The official name of the country is the Republic of China.
Right.
Hey, come on.
And we say, and to the republic for which it stands in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Right. So
there you go, IBL. Calm down.
If Taiwan ever said that they're breaking away, it would be hellfire the next day.
Well, essentially, what they've done, I think. When did Pelosi go over there? It wasn't last year. It was like not last week. It was the week before that. Right?
The week before.
Since then, China said we're going to do military operations, extended military operations.
Right.
Quotes. I put that in air quotes. Essentially, what they've done is surrounded the island in what's effectively a military blockade. Right. So you don't have anything coming in and out of the island. They've isolated Taiwan at this point. Right. Which I don't know if this is something that we anticipated, but what Taiwan is doing, right? What I'm reading in the papers. This is all in the papers. You can see it. I'm sorry. I don't know if my sound went out. Can you guys
hear me for a second, bro?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm hearing you.
Just for a second.
Went out again.
Yeah, went out again.
Yeah, what Taiwan is doing.
Yeah, they're doing what they're doing simulations or war game simulations to defend their coast, right? So they got these howitzer, these missile exercises where they're doing all these grenade launching exercises there, right? So again, it's just ramping up tensions. Right. And who knows? I don't know when China is saying they're supposed to stop these war games, quote unquote, right? To stop this essentially a military blockade because we can't trade. No one can trade with Taiwan at this point, right? Because and again, it's further disrupting the supply chain, right? With an already fragile supply chain, right, in the globe. So eventually something's going to have to sort of give with this whole situation, right?
No, Taiwan will have to bend the knee to China and say we apologize, and that shit won't happen again. What else are they going to do?
Yeah.
What else? Because Ukraine did something stupid. Because all Putin is waiting on winter. Putin is waiting on winter. That's all Putin is waiting on. The Russian winters are some of the coldest winters in the world. And when winter comes, there's no oil and gas from Russia. So where's the heating is going to come from? Europe cannot afford because Europe relies on Russia for oil and gas for heating during winter. So the little oil and gas they have, they are not going to be shared with the Ukraine. Gas in America was just $5, $6 a gallon, and the American people was going crazy. It came down now to under $4. If they start sending oil and gas to the Ukraine, gas is going to go up to $8 a gallon. Russia is just waiting on winter.
When did this conflict between Russia and the Ukraine start?
About 4 months ago.
It feels like an eternity.
Right. Because of war of attrition. And Russia's just waiting on winter. When winter comes and you do not have oil and gas for heating, and your power,
they control those gas.
You know what the
they control those pipelines. They control a lot of those gas pipelines that go through there, like Sue Pease is saying. I'm just going with what Sue Pease is saying.
Yeah.
But you know what, and to my point though, the last 4 months, the last 4 or 5 months, remember it seemed like things were just flying by.
Mm-hmm.
The last 4 or 5 months, it seems like things have slowed down to a snail's pace.
Yeah, because they're waiting.
It feels like this Russian-Ukrainian war has been going on for at least a year and a half. It's only been 4 months.
Right.
So this is I think we're in this crazy cycle right now, right? Especially what's going on between China and Taiwan. So I think it's just a bit odd to me, right? So I don't know.
No, to me it was the dumbest thing to know. It was the dumbest thing because it was the dumbest thing for her to go there. Big dumb stupid thing. Why did you go?
To the point though, there is U.S. foreign policy, right? And when you're talking about U.S. foreign policy, no matter what's going on in the world, you know, we put something on paper. We said that, okay, well, U.S. relationships will not be impaired by anybody. We won't let anybody isolate our relationships from Taiwan. We would have open diplomatic relationships there.
At the cost of what? At the cost of what?
At the cost of the U.S. dollar. At the cost of the U.S. dollar. That's fucking up everything around the planet. But
China,
you got to remember wait a minute, Soupy. You got to remember the new technology. Like I said, you wouldn't be putting out all this bad press on the U.S. dollar if you didn't have something in the background. And these blockchain technologies and these new coins that are coming out that are already getting government contracts to track things and, like, you know, give better protection. And it's peer-to-peer purchasing. You're cutting out the bank, you're cutting out the middleman. You know, the bank will charge you $5 on a $15 item, and you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. It's a peer-to-peer contract. So they're trying to bring in this new quantum financial system. But at the same time, in my opinion, this is my opinion, okay, I think that they're draining us, you know, trying to drain us as much as they possibly can. We've already dipped into our savings and all that, maybe even depleted them. But at the same time, to make us more reliant on them. But this new financial system that's coming on, they're bringing it on. And see, it's like I said, Japan has already implemented coins into they gave them government contracts. The EU has already got its regulations ready. You know,
For Bitcoin?
China's over there, huh?
For Bitcoin, China
Would you-
do not believe in Bitcoins.
I ain't
China
talking
do.
about Bitcoin, man. There's 10,000 coins. These are third generation coins. These are third generation coins. Yeah, different coins.
Cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
Cryptocurrency,
Well,
right?
it's not actually, not all of them are currencies though, Stu Peace. Like I said, I'll give you, for example, I think it was Stellar over in Japan when it got its government contract and it went up in price, so I made some money off of it, right? So, it's contracts like that. And these people are buying it up. The banks, everybody's buying it up by the billions. They're adding it to they're giving them government contracts. Like I said, government contracts basically last forever.
Oh,
See?
that's not true. That's not true.
Yeah.
Government contracts don't last forever.
Well, you might not know about it, but just because you don't know, don't make it any less true, brother. Like I said, I've told you that numerous times.
This is my recommendation for people who are going to invest in cryptocurrency. Buy it dirt cheap. Buy dirt cheap.
And that's why you buy the third generation coins, because some of them are 0.00007. That's why I said third generation coins. Third generation, but see, you don't know what I'm talking about.
Let me finish, please. If you invest $20, $30, $50, buy it dirt cheap. But if you're going to invest $10,000, $20,000, leave it alone. That shit the other day, I know people who were doing a lot of crypto mining, sold off most of the equipment because when the coins dropped to a certain level that it wasn't sustainable. These coins are backed by nothing but air. And a run on these coins results in them not having any value. There is no thing on the coins that say, I promise to pay you what the nominal value of this coin is. Crypto coin cannot save us. It's a big gamble. A lot of people have lost, some people have gained, and some people buy and hold. And then
Hey,
also,
Brendan.
Brendan, do you believe in crypto coin? Do you believe in crypto? Brendan, how you view crypto?
I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole myself.
With a 20-foot pole. Yeah. Crypto is the biggest gamble people take.
You know what? How I would play with crypto. I think what I did. See, I saw how much that I could get. I think somebody told me about a crypto wallet. If you put your money in the crypto wallet and they give you this long key, and then if you type something wrong in the key, you can't get your money. It's locked away. I said I never invest my money in it. It's too many. It's for me. No. But again, right? I would say for people who want to dabble in it, dabble. Right. No, if you want to go to the casino, who am I to say if you want to go to the casino for a weekend to spend $1,000, you shouldn't do it because that's your prerogative, right? But you shouldn't make the casino a part of your investment strategy, right? I think I view cryptocurrencies and crypto the same way. I think you should do it to dabble around if you're interested in the technology and the blockchain. If you want to do that, do it. But don't make that a cornerstone of your investment strategy. Absolutely.
No. What the other thing I tell people is Brendan, how crypto work. If let's say I have 100 Bitcoins, and this 100 Bitcoin worth $70 million. It is not as if I can cash out my $70 million. I can carry it somewhere and say, here's 100 Bitcoin, give me 70 million. I have to sell it on the marketplace. Somebody have to buy it for $70 million. So a lot of these people walking around with
called the volume, right?
Yeah, because of the volume. So a lot of people walking around with $100 million worth of cryptocurrency. But if they try to liquidize that instantly, it will change the value of the currency across the board instantly. because it's not going. It's very few people can fork out $100 million for 200 crypto coins.
Mm.
You
That's a
understand?
good point. That's a good point.
So,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
how they
Because
sell
the
it,
volume is low, right? The trading volume is low.
the trading volume is low. So a lot of people, how they sell it is that you sell it nickel and dime, pieces and pieces. So you try to sell a coin a day for 100 days as not to affect implicate the market. And they sell it in pieces and people buy it. Oh, I get a piece of this coin, I can get a piece of this coin, I can get a piece of this coin. If you go to the crypto coin machine, you're not getting the exact value of your coin from the machine.
At the same time, while the market is volatile, right?
Right. While the market is volatile. So if you try to attempt to sell 500 coin now, when the market is volatile, it is going to sink crypto more. So what a lot of people have done when they realize that the coin is losing value is that they decide to hold on to the coins in hope that it will normalize, for want of a better word. They hold on to the coin. They're not trying to sell it. Because when you see it going up and they say, oh, crypto is now at 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000, who buying these coins? Half of the time these coins are bought in order to money launder. Who buying coins? Who buying these coins? They say, oh, it's the Saudi buying the coins. Oh, it's so ordinary little people say, oh, I have to get a piece of that because who buying the coins? Who you selling the coins to? Who buying your coins from you?
Yeah, yeah.
Who in the marketplace buy? Not because if somebody selling the coin, other people might be buying their coins from them. Because you have to go to the crypto marketplace to sell your coin.
Right. I think the blockchain technology has the potential for a lot of good applications, and I think maybe a lot of people who are interested in crypto should study blockchain technology, how to leverage that, right? Maybe open businesses to leverage the blockchain advancements, or some of the gaps. I know there's big technological gaps. I studied it maybe about a year ago in terms of some of the gaps that are in blockchain that they're trying to fix again, right? But as an investment piece, I don't know, right? I'm just not comfortable with it because even with me, I wouldn't even call myself a conservative investor because I invest on the the very high end. I guess I don't want to say high end, or just the more risky end of the stock market, right? I invest in growth, right? But I won't take that step into I won't go into a alternative investment like a hedge fund or a cryptocurrency or something like that, because again, it's just it's a bit too much for me, for my comfort.
The Chinese rang my bell first when I heard that China said, listen, we don't want this shit in China. We don't want this shit in China. If 1.5 billion% of the world population don't have access to this shit, telling that we don't want this shit, you cannot trade this shit here. You need to take notice of why.
Yeah.
Why would if what ordinary
completely
people
outlawed?
Yeah, ordinary people now will tell you that, oh, no, man, don't worry. China is a fool. China is a fool? Why wouldn't China want all the Chinese people getting rich? Why wouldn't China have all of the surplus money? Why wouldn't they put the surplus money in Bitcoin? China have so much surplus. Why wouldn't they put it in Bitcoin? Why wouldn't they say, oh, invest in Bitcoin?
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead,
Yeah,
bro. Yeah, I'm really interested in people who are, because there's a lot of people that are very enthusiastic in crypto. So,
well, I'm just giving you a headline from today from one of my crypto channels. Okay, so I'm not trying to teach you anything, or I'm just passing on information like I always say. But Coinbase partners with the biggest hedge fund in the world. Who is that? Y'all know who that is?
You're teaching, so go ahead.
BlackRock.
Yeah.
One of the biggest asset managers on the fucking planet. See, that's the people who you can buy the coins from. That's one of the places that sell the coins. So why is BlackRock, one of the biggest hedge funds in the world, and one of the biggest asset managers in the world, joining up with these people as they putting out this bad press about it? Why
That's a
is
good question.
Wells Fargo and all the banks in America buying this shit up, and they're partnering with these coins? Why are these coins getting government contracts as we speak, which obviously, this community doesn't know about?
Which contract Bitcoin getting?
Which
government contract?
Why do you keep on talking about Bitcoin? Ain't nobody talking about Bitcoin.
Okay.
But
I'm not talking about Bitcoin.
To your point,
Look up Stellar. Look up Stellar.
Right. To your point, Indigenous. I saw, and you're absolutely right. Right. A lot of these large financials are actually leveraging themselves in crypto, because I saw I saw a feed on the Wall Street Journal today. Is that
buying on the dips and selling, buying on the dips and selling on the rise?
But you know
that's what they're doing.
But you know what the SEC is doing? The SEC is telling these, they're getting ready to put in new regulations that say, hey, you large financial corporations that are dipping your toe into cryptocurrencies, you're going to have to report your exposure to crypto.
Right.
But now they're going to have to report that, because again, what we don't
want. That's what regulations are, though, brother. That's a simple way to say it is just regulators.
Exactly. Right. And it should be regulated, because you know what we don't want to happen is they're getting a little bit ahead of their skis and being too smart for their own good, like they did in the subprime mortgage, tinkering what they were doing, and they thought they knew it a little bit more, and it crashed on them. Right. If you over leverage in crypto, right, and it crashes on you, or whatever you got going on the back end, this technology doing, if something happens and you get hacked or something, now you're too big to fail, then you don't come crawl into the US government, right, asking for money. Show us, do not over leverage yourself in crypto, my guy.
But Brenda, what these companies doing, I'm telling you what exactly what they're doing. Yep. They're doing what they've always done for years. It's not real investors. They might buy them, but they are holding houses. It's the same holding house tactic. You know what I mean by holding houses? When they sell, they make money, and when they buy, they make money. So when they spike from you, although the market's at 70,000, you're not getting 70,000 from them. Right? Fees and adjustments and everything, you might get 62,000. So for every Bitcoin they sell, they're making 8,000. You sell your coin to them and say, if you get the exact money what the market value said, you don't get it.
Right.
And when they buy it from you, they're not buying it the same way either. They're buying it on the dips. So they are trying to manipulate the market and hold the market.
Absolutely.
Because guess what? Years ago, there was no advertisement on TV for crypto coin. But since the market got on YouTube or on TV or anywhere, but since the market got volatile, you realize that you're seeing a lot of ads on crypto because they need more people to invest to stabilize the market.
You see it on CNBC. I was crazy. I was like, what the hell are they doing?
No, because the market is volatile and they need the market to stabilize. So the advertising to say, listen, crypto is okay. You can buy it from us. We have enough, and we'll sell you. We have enough to sell you, and we have enough to buy. So people buy and sell, and they get money from both ends. If I am a holding house, that is stop, I can make money from both ends. So let's say I have 1,000 crypto coins or 10,000 crypto coins. I have enough to sell you when you want to buy.
Yeah.
I still have enough money to buy back. I still make a money off both ends. That's what they're doing. They've always done that.
Yeah, they do the same thing with regular securities. Absolutely. Yep.
With regular securities.
Hey,
That's what they
Brenda,
do.
Mm-hmm.
can I say something real quick?
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, if you know, like I said, timestamp this because see, this is just going to be one of these teaching moments that I give.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, China adopts VChain, 2-chain, for food safety and traceability. Okay, do you understand what that means?
Repeat.
VChain is a coin. I'm not trying to upstage nobody. VChain is a coin. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now China adopted it. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a tool chain. They're using it as a tool chain. They're not using it as a currency, brother.
Mm-hmm.
They're using it as a tool chain for food safety and traceability. So you'll be able to tell what seed they used. You'll be able to tell who controlled that area, who was the farmer in that area, who was the one who picked the plant, put it in the package, put it on the truck, and delivered it to the motherfucking store. So like I said, and then like I said, the EU crypto regs have finally arrived. They're already out there. VChain is making all kinds of noise, getting government contracts. But see, the unknowing, who the thing is so far over top of your head where you get cognitive dissonance and you can't take what truth is. I'm telling you the truth, bruh. You don't have to believe me because the shit's going to hit you in the face soon enough. I'm just trying, like I have been, to tell y'all what was going on. All right?
Yeah, I believe that because you know what? I mentioned this earlier. There are applications for or what you would say for blockchain technologies that are outside of what we say this currency thing, this whole cryptocurrency, right? The block, essentially what blockchain is just like a secure way to do transactions, right? It's what they call it,
peer to peer.
It's a way
peer to peer,
and it has a built-in mechanism for non-repudiation, right? Which saying that you cannot manipulate. You can't trace it and you can't manipulate it. You can't manipulate the process.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, exactly.
All right.
Right.
Okay.
And the blockchain technology, right? There's applications that people can leverage, right? There's technology within that technology outside of what we say this whole cryptocurrency thing, right? So yeah.
All right.
I'm following you. I follow you.
Brenda, listen to this. Fortune.com. This is from Fortune.com. Egypt, Iraq, Qatar, Oman, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisian, Bangladesh, and China, and one European country, North Macedonia. You know what all of these countries have in common?
What's that?
All of them have banned cryptocurrencies. It's not only China.
Yeah, I can imagine. You wouldn't want, I could see that happening, right? Nobody who wants an alternative currency floating around, and
it's not only alternative currency. You're not putting your people at risk. When all your people invest in this shit and it crash, what happens to your economy?
Yeah. And you're gonna have to pick up the pieces, right?
Right.
You put the social safety net at risk, obviously, right? So yeah. I can see that.
I'll give you another headline real quick, us two piece.
Give me another one.
VChain gets $100 million sponsorship deal with the UFC. And just a second. And Bloomberg adds 40 cryptos.
Yeah.
Chainlink on boards with Avalanche. Like I said, you know who the UFC is, don't you? Let me give you just one more. IOTA Foundation joins Dell. I mean, it's going to hurt your feelings, but you better get on board now while it's cheap, and do your research, because like I said, you got coins out here who are actually getting government contracts. I don't think you heard me. Government contracts that last forever, meaning they will be implemented into the economic system that they have set up in their country forever.
And keep in mind though, IBM, when you're talking about companies like BlackRock, they make money off transaction fees.
That's what I said. They're holding
that's why they're interested in these crypto traders,
because they're making money off both sides.
They're constantly changing and trading and buying and selling.
Exactly, Stu.
And they're making money off both sides. This is what I'm saying.
Exactly, Stu.
If the Feds tomorrow say hold crypto because there's a problem, we're investigating crypto. Crypto crash. Crypto is dead. If the Federal Reserve tomorrow find a problem with crypto, crypto is dead. Dead. If the Feds tomorrow say, listen, we don't trust this thing. Crypto is dead. They just have to do. Crypto is dead. Millions of people. You think the crash, the 2008 crash, is going to be anything compared to when crypto crashed? The amount of poor people, the amount of people who have the money in crypto, talking that they're crypto billionaires and crypto millionaires. Who is it backed by? Who backs it? Crypto is only backed by the demand of the people. That's how crypto.
Hold on, Stu. A lot of people are putting up their houses and all kinds of crazy shit behind this shit. I understand exactly where you're coming from. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Losing pensions and but that's people.
Crypto is backed by what other people willing to pay for it. It is not the petrodollar. It is not backed by Saudi oil as the American currency is. It is not backed by the GDP as the English pound or the GDP of Germany as the euro is. It is backed by my willingness to buy this shit for $70,000. That is what it is backed by. And people telling other people that this shit is going to be $250,000 by next year. So I said, if I get it for 70 now and I get 4 coins, next year I'll make $1 million.
Speculation. It's all speculation.
It's backed by speculation. Yeah. That is all.
It's like 20. It's like 25. It's like 25 right now. If you'd have bought it in 2018, you could. I think it went down to like 3,500. But yeah. See, that's the thing, and we're not giving that information because 13, 14 years ago, it was only 6 cents per coin. When the tech nerds was using it, you know what I'm saying? So.
And then it came
they're making money. Hold on, Stu, real quick. They're making money. See, anytime, if I buy a coin, right, and it only goes up $1, you know what I'm saying? And I bought 1 billion of them. I just made $1 billion. Then you have to cash out from the place that you bought them from, like Coinbase that I mentioned, right? And they'll take a tax off of you.
Right.
A certain percentage, probably like 0.02, 0.5%. Sometimes, like 1%, something like that.
So they make money off both ends just for transactional purposes.
Yeah.
But the other thing that you're not saying is that if crypto, let's use Bitcoin. The height of Bitcoin was $70,000 a coin. How much is it now?
It's like 25.
So if somebody bought it at $70,000, they can't sell that shit. No, they cannot sell it. They're hoping and praying. They're hoping and praying because if they sell short, they're losing too much money. They're hoping that this shit is going to come back.
And which coin did which coin were you guys just talking about? Was that Bitcoin?
Yeah, how much is it now?
At the beginning of the pandemic, what was it, around $45,000 a coin?
And it went up as high as 70,000.
Yeah.
How much is it now? So all of those persons who bought it for $70,000, how much money they lost within less than 6 months?
Yeah.
But if you would have bought it at 6 cents, how much did you make?
No, but how many persons bought it at 6 cents?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying we're just talking.
When Bitcoin was introduced at 6 cents, nobody was paying it any mind. You know why nobody was paying it any mind? Because it wasn't backed by shit. So the same person, somebody had $100 and said, okay, let me buy 1,000 of this shit. Let me buy 1,000. Let me buy 2,000. It's no big deal. I'll
Right.
buy 2,000, lock it away on a thumb drive, and I'll have it. And then all of a sudden, this shit start taking off. I remember when it first reached $20,000, and the frenzy, and people were saying, "I have to get in on it. I have to get in on it." And a lot of people offloaded when it was 20,000. Big Bang, it was all on Big Bang Theory. And I was saying that shit, look what I saw this thing in 2011 or 2012. Why I didn't buy then?
Right. Right.
And then a
And
lot
let's
of
be
people,
honest. And also, let's be honest, Stu Peace, how many amongst us have the psychological discipline to buy an asset at a couple pennies and hold it to $75,000?
right.
13 years.
Almost none of us have that
Listen,
psychological discipline. So
if you bought it at 6 cents, when it reached $10, guess what you and I
you
would
would
have
sell
been
it. You would sell it. Let's just be honest.
at $10. I
Yeah,
was selling
yeah,
it.
yeah. Oh,
So,
yeah.
so
yeah.
nobody, yeah.
At $10, that would be 10,000. If I bought 100 or 200 at 6 cents.
Yeah, yeah.
At $10, that shit will be. When I said it reached $25,000, and I realized that I only spent $50, that shit is sold.
Right, right. Investment is much psychological as anything. Actually, it's more psychological than anything.
When you
you're doing
realize that when it reached
right, because
when it
you
reached
can get
$10,000, let's say you forget the thumb drive, you couldn't find it, and you found the thumb drive when it was at $10,000. You are selling that shit instantly.
absolutely right, right.
Yeah.
Because really to make money, right? Investing is it's pretty straightforward, right? There's some straightforward tactics to make money investing, right? But the question is, do you have the discipline to do it? The discipline and the patience, right? You don't have to guess to make money in the market, right? You can do it. It's just going to take you maybe about 25 years. Right? You can become a millionaire, right? If you do it, you know, but again, like a lot of people don't either have the patience, they're not consistent enough, or when the market dips, either they want to run, or when the market, you know, has a run, they get too greedy.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Because a lot of people would have sold that shit. A lot of people, especially people who you see it worth $1 million. You're not going to wait until it worth 10 million. You're taking $1 million. You probably put it in somewhere else. You probably be mad at yourself 10 years down the line and say, "Oh shit, I
See,
did
y'all
that."
greedy.
But no, but
Y'all greedy.
imagine people who waited, who had it at 70,000 and said, "Okay, let me lock away this shit now. I have it at $70,000. I have 1,000 cards at $70,000, $700 million. I lock away the 700 million. You wake up tomorrow morning and it's $250 million. If you try to sell those 1,000 coins, you're going to impact the market severely. It's going to drop to most people holding on to that shit now. That shit worthless because hardly anybody buying it now. People telling you buy Bitcoin, they're buying the newer coins because they're cheaper. Like Dogecoin, when it came out, people bought it.
Yeah, that was Elon Musk behind that one. But
as soon
the
as
newer coin,
the Dogecoin.
Yes, Stu Peace. Hold on. Look, you talking about every time you mention Bitcoin. See, you're going back to the beginning. That's the first coin. They need miners to mine it and all that shit. And then you got Ethereum that comes in behind it. I think it's about 2,500 right now. All right. Ethereum's the second generation, like Ethereum, and then a couple other ones, Litecoin, stuff like that. Now, these third generations, we're dealing with the people who worked on the first and second generations. So they know what they're doing, and they don't have to have miners. And see, the capabilities and the speed and everything is a whole lot faster. Every time Bitcoin has a problem, it has to go off into a fork. And when it cuts off into a fork, it slows the whole process down. See, this system, these new coins are already up on that because they've seen the first two generations being made. So that's the difference between Bitcoin and what you're dealing with today. And see, like I said, they are cheap, and in any market you have the fluctuation. It goes up and it goes down in any market. It doesn't stay on a parallel line or always going up or always going down. It's fluctuation. And when you have the money, like these people have, you could buy or a million Bitcoin, which is, last time I checked, is 30,000. Well, I'm looking at the video. It says $30,313, right? So, and then Ethereum's 1,800 a coin. But Cardano's 64 cents. That's ADA. That's one of the coins to make a move. XRP is one of the coins to make a move. It's only 40 cents. You see what I'm saying? These newer coins are people who work through Bitcoin, with Bitcoin and Ethereum, things like that, and then now they're making their own coins. And they are the capability, the interoperability, the limited uses, all these things are going to be implemented because, man, I can't say it no clearer. You don't put out FUD about, or you don't put out bad news about the dollar if you don't have something ready to come in behind it.
How many coins?
You don't put out.
How many coins?
How many coins? What?
Have failed. How many coins have failed? Jay-Z had a coin.
A lot of them along the way. A lot of them along the way. But see, you're not talking. You don't even understand that these coins that I'm talking about, when they first got started, see, they knew the problem that Bitcoin had with the regulations and all that shit. So they worked with the regulators from the beginning, bruh, to create their coin. You can look it up.
Again,
that's all you got to do.
Again, I don't necessarily have a problem with crypto exposure, right? As long as it's limited. As long as it's limited, right? For example, right? For me, right? If you want to have 1% exposure on your portfolio to crypto exposure, that's perfectly fine. 1%, right? Now, what would be your exposure comfort, IBM? Just as a question.
I'd say probably about 5.
Yeah. Okay.
5%. But you like you're saying, I agree totally with you. You want to have a diversified portfolio. You don't want to put all your money into cryptocurrencies. You want to, have stocks like, there's stocks out there. Look at hemp and how it's moving. Just think about that. There's stocks. There's the hemp called stock. I mean, a stock called hemp, and it actually is going across your tickers right now. The only thing that these coins are waiting for is to get regulated, and then they'll be going across the stock market tickers too. As tickers too. Their abbreviated names will be tickers on the stock market. That means, like swine when it goes across, or, anything. Let's say when Google goes across the stock market or any of those things, they're going to be added to the stock. They're going to be stocks.
Which coin in the stock market?
Well, the SEC right now, XRP. I'm gonna get right to you, two pieces. But I want to say this real quick. XRP is in court with the SEC, and it's trying to, because it's been one of the coins that was being regulated, but the coins like and I'm not a financial advisor, but like I've read to you, look up VeChain, IOTA.
They're in the stock market?
No, not yet. No, not yet. Ain't none of this stuff. No, the regulations are there, and they're, things are happening in the United States, but it's a whole lot slower than what it is over in China and Europe and Japan, where they already got their regulations and stuff going. We're just always the Johnny-come-latelys. I think one of y'all mentioned that before earlier. We're always late to do shit, so we're waiting on the regulations here.
There's no coin.
No, not yet. Not yet.
So there's no regulation for any of these coins.
Well, like I said, they work with regulations from the inception of making these third-generation coins that I'm telling you about. They work with the SEC and the regulators, people like that, as they was creating their coins. See? There's
So
certain ones, but
basically,
there's 10,000 of them out. There's 10,000 of them out there, 2P. So you're not wrong saying that they could scam you and all this, because not all of them are as set up as the ones that I'm talking about. They didn't go through the process of the one that I'm talking about, and they could be scams. So that's why you got to be careful
right.
on what you're dealing with.
And that's what we were talking about. You have to first of all, you have to really, really research any investment that you're doing, right? Know what you're getting into, know how to get out, right? And limit your exposure, right? Because we all know the volatility of crypto, right? And that piece, right? And it especially just that was a really good I think where you talked about would you say hemp and something like that?
Yeah.
You say a hemp or marijuana, stuff like that. Those are very specific things. For instance, that's a completely different caveat that people need to take into account. If you work in state, local, and federal government, that you should make sure you steer away from any crypto that involved in those areas as well, because you would have to get with your employer to see if any of that stuff is even allowed, right? Because
I wasn't talking about crypto.
Yeah.
I was talking about stocks.
Yeah. Stocks. Exactly. Still stocks as well.
Not a crypto. Not crypto. I'm talking about the stock in hemp.
And that's what I'm talking about.
That's diversing your portfolio from crypto and stocks.
And again.
And if you're dealing with real estate, then you can add that to your portfolio.
But there are restrictions in terms of what you can invest in, right? When you're working state, local, and federal governments as well. Certain jobs, what you're doing. Like for instance, it's not just a restriction. You can't smoke weed. No, you can't invest in a business that's selling weed either. So you have to be careful.
Yeah, okay.
You say you have to be careful with that. That's why I say all of this stuff is it's very personal, and it's related on the individual's comfort level, your position, what type, what you're doing. So you have to talk to an advisor, because they'll be able to help you navigate through all of that, right? Of course we can't, but those are the types of things you're going to have to take into account, of course. But that was some good insight that you just put in there, IBM.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, because that just reminded me of something. Like, you have to be careful, right, in what types of businesses, right, you're investing in as well, depending on your situation.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
My biggest problem with crypto is that I realized that a lot of our people went in deep in crypto.
Yeah.
Because it was sold to our people, and they might not have been as cautious.
Overexposed.
They should be. And a lot of people are overexposed to this thing. And people switch from one coin to the next regularly. So you might have a trending coin this year, or a trending, and next year is something else. When the third generation coins come out, nobody might not wanting to hold on the first. And it's only as valuable as people are willing to pay for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
to a certain extent. Yeah, you got a lot of people. Go ahead.
No, I would just. It's absolutely dangerous when you're doing it, and you're like, say, if you're playing with your retirement, right? You're playing with your kids, school funds and that kind of stuff. No, absolutely not. You shouldn't have any of that stuff in crypto. You should have something carved to the side, because let's be honest, IBM, if you win on crypto, you win big. So you don't need a whole lot of money in it.
Right.
To be honest, right? You don't really need a whole lot of money in anyways. Right. So you just gotta hold
it. You gotta hold on to it a little bit just for when it does take a good jump, but then you can,
do some decent.
If you
don't
have the money,
analysis,
then you shouldn't be buying it anyway.
Right. Yeah. Do some decent analysis, right? Use your instincts, put it in there and hold it, right? And don't overexpose yourself, right? And then you're fine. You should be fine. Yeah. And then whatever happens,
See
it
what
just happens, right? Yeah. It's a
what
gamble.
happened
It's a
with a lot
gamble.
of the people was
Crypto is
what happened
speculation.
with a lot of the fear of missing out is what happened to our people. I think it's like just like this new wave of technology was thrown on us, or the new financial part of it, crypto, the coins and stuff. And I think that our people had a fear of missing out because they was feeling like they were late to the game, and they was making it feel like they was late to the game. All this news being put out, oh, it's about to blow up, and this, that, and the other. And you can't listen to them, but you can tell by what's going on. Something's about to pop off, but it's just you got too many of them out there, and then you got a lot of people who are misled and just think you can just. It's like gambling when you have to do the research and find out who the partners are, who they're partnering up with, like Walmart and Bank of America, and like I said, IOTA, the IOTA. It's the IOTA Foundation. That's a coin, but it's IOTA, and it's joined the Dell to develop real-time carbon footprint tracking. You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's not just cryptocurrency. You're not going to be just using these for currencies. Some of these coins are going to be used and tracking in your supply chains and all that to make them more transparent and show you that what you're getting is what you want, and it's fresh or whatever, or, tell you how much carbon you're putting out. There's different uses for these things. But, why would these big time companies be dealing with these places and joining up with these coins, the IOTA Foundation, and to track, for real time carbon footprint tracking, if the shit wasn't real? They're doing all this behind your back. They're doing it all behind your back, and they ain't telling you what the hell they doing. Just like I said.
So, like the third generation coins, these third generation coins, do we know how much of these coins are available on the market? How many of these coins would be manufactured?
When you look it up, it'll tell you how many are left in circulation. It'll tell you how much has been sold. It'll tell you the price. Like I said, if you could just Google, let's see, VeChain. I think it's only like 3 cents, but it's making major moves right now. You see what I'm saying?
So what would stop the person from producing 10 million more? The person who make VeChain, although they said 10,000 circulation, how would they know that 10,000 of 10 million, 10,000 of 20?
I feel you there. From what I heard, from what I understand, they can only, if they are to make more, they can only make a certain amount more of what the supply is out there, if they can make any more than what is in the supply. That's why I said these things are they're not going to be in supply forever, because they're going to get bought up. And then just like with your phone, they're going to start having these things come out every 4 years, every 5 years. Next thing you know, they'll be coming out every year. You see what I'm saying? Because the technology, with technology comes the new wave, and just like with your cell phones, they get you buying one every year. You know what I'm saying? Because the technology goes up.
But this is what I'm asking you. So I buy a phone every year. What happened to my old phone? Brendan, when you buy a phone, what happened to your old phone?
You trade it in, get a few dollars for it for your new phone, right? You want.
Right? So eventually, your old phone, what happened to it? What happened to it? Because it is absolute. So the last person to hold on to your old phone, hold on to garbage, true or false?
Absolutely.
I see where you're going to.
If you're ahead of the curve, right? What you do, you trade it in, get a few dollars. But if you're in the very end of the curve, right? Exactly, right? Your phone becomes garbage.
Right. So Bitcoin, when new coins come out, the last person who's holding on the hot coin from the last generation will be holding on to garbage.
It's going to be losing value because these other coins is going to be doing way more and moving a whole lot faster than what it ever could. Doing things in way more faster time than it ever could. So Bitcoin will become obsolete. You're right, Steve.
Right. That's the problem with it. The last person who has it has to turn off the lights.
So they don't upgrade the, I guess you would say, the technology or the Bitcoin algorithm, or it's essentially static where it's at.
Right. Each coin is an independent entity of its own. It don't evolve into another coin. So if you bought, say I had Michael's
That's another
coin.
problem, right?
If I had Michael coins
And-
and I made 1 million Michael coins,
So-
and I said I hold on to 500,000 and I let go 500,000 in the wild, and people start trading these 500,000. I sold them for fractions of a cent, but other people start trading each other these 500,000 coins, not knowing that I have 500,000 coin in my back pocket, waiting on the market. So as soon as these coins reach $1, these coins, I never spend $1 for these coins, you know.
You're not
But
giving me a warm and fuzzy, Stu Peas. I'm about to push my exposure to 0.5%.
No, because you have to understand what it is.
You're not giving me a warm and fuzzy right now.
Right. So no. What it is that it's blackjack.
Right.
It's Russian roulette. It's roulette table. You're on the roulette table. You don't want to be the last one holding the bag. So
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
catch that prime
Absolutely.
spot, when it's at that prime sweet spot, and you say, "Oh, I'm cashing out now," and you catch the next one on the low, and you ride the wave. It's surfing. Bitcoin is surfing. You're waiting on that perfect wave. You're out in the water. Other waves pass. You say, "No, that one not going to turn." No, and you catch that perfect wave from there is no wave, and you ride that spiral down. And when you reach a perfect point, you get under the wave and you do all this style, and you get rid of it before the wave crash
Right.
into shore,
Yeah.
because it's going to crash into shore. And then you swim back out and you catch a perfect wave again. That's why you buy it when it's super cheap. You buy it when it's pennies on the dollars. If you spend $100, if you lose it, you're not mad. So what some people do spread, you have $1,000 and they spread it across 10 coins. That's what IBM does. He spreads it across 10 or 20 coins. Because if you ask him in his portfolio now, he has about 50 coins that he's invested in. He's
No,
told shit
I don't.
Okay. So in other words, when you take your 1%, you take your that 1%, and then you spread that 1% across 10.
Right.
10 separate coins. So
Right.
you even diversify further. So
Right.
so not only are you limiting your exposure, right? You're limiting your exposure to a specific crypto
Right.
coin
Mm.
or crypto technology, whatever that is, right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I can understand that.
So you throw 10 hooks out there. You have 10 fishing line on your board.
Right.
But when one catch fish, if one catch a fish, it is going to
It's going to pay for all the other ones.
It's going to pay for all the other ones.
Right.
You got value. You got value.
Yeah.
Proof of value right there.
This is the old saying of the 10 bagger, right?
Right.
In stocks, right? The 10 bagger, right? If you invest in 9 lemons, right? The one is going to pay for the other 9, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
Absolutely.
That's how it works. So that one, when you catch that star and you hold on to that wave long enough, and you say, when should I let go? When should I let go? Sometimes you let go too soon, and you say, oh Lord, if I hold it for a year more, I would have made 100,000 instead of 10,000. I'm so stupid, and you're mad at yourself. But if you hold it too long, it's gone back down to $1. It's a shit. I could have sold it when it was 10,000. I'm so mad at myself. So if you catch that point,
That's a good advice, Stu Peas. If I ever do dip my toe into crypto, do it across 10 coins, right?
Right.
And limit my exposure, right? Of course, it's going to be less than 1%.
Right.
Is what you're talking about at this point, right?
Yeah.
But again, right? You want to don't just buy one coin, diversify across 10, right?
Right.
And then
Because
that makes sense.
6 of them is going to be
Yeah, I got
right.
6 of them
I
is
got
going to
7
be
of them. Stu Peas is lying on me. I only got 7, but I got 7, and I got a little bit of just, not much money at all, in each one of them. So I got a couple hundred coins of each one of them. See,
Right. What
So,
about this?
you know-
I always had this question. IBM, you might be able to help me out with this. So there are professional people that you can go to help you get in and out of traditional securities, right? Are there professional people that can help you get in and out of crypto?
No, everybody playing the
Or
same
you
game.
just
Everybody playing the
it's
same
trial
game.
and error, right?
Trial and error. Everybody
can't-
playing the same
No,
game.
I can't pick up the
No,
phone.
you can. Well, you can buy like the people who do give advice like tapes, or do tell you what they're invested in
Mhm.
and why they think it's a good investment and stuff like that. My cousin did that. He got one for like $2,500, and that helped us out a lot. In 2018, but yeah, I mean, for me, like where I'm at, I would have to wait till it got to $1,000 a coin. You know what I'm saying? So, and these coins, like I said, VeChain is at 3 cents a coin right now.
Mm.
And you can look into it, and like I said, look on Coin Market Cap. If you just type in VeChain, it'll give you some information, and it'll probably give you a couple places to look at it. But Coin Market Cap is one of them. And but like I told you, it's making all kinds of moves. I mean, it tells you about that $100 million got from the UFC, and the UFC's investing in it. See, and it's making all kinds of. You can see the people that it's connected to. And then you make your decision. But you have to study the coin and know that these people and since 2018, all the partnerships and onboardings and stuff that they've had, man. You know what I'm saying? And it's still going on.
Yeah, I would
just
feel.
read you
I
a
would
couple
feel
articles
more,
right there.
I would feel more comfortable. Like for instance, if I could go to a traditional investment house, like for instance, I can go to Schwab and say, hey, I want to invest 0.5% of my portfolio in crypto. They said, okay, well, Brendan, that's fine. We're not going to tell you what to do with your money. That's great, right? Pick your coins, pick 10 of them, right? Boom, I picked my 10 coins, right? And then I got my money particularly allocated. And then they would say, okay, well, then we're going to go out and do the investment in the coins. We're going to download those. We're going to create the crypto wallets for you. We're going to make sure that all the keys are there. We're going to hand the keys over to you. And then plus we're going to give you whatever, if it's a piece of hardware or whatever they're going to give you in a key to I guess you would say a safety deposit box where you can put it, right?
Or your digital ledger. Digital ledger technology. Look that up too. DLT. It's digital ledger technology.
Exactly, right?
So you're your own bank. You hold the keys.
Something like that doesn't exist today, right?
Nope.
You have to figure all of this out.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Yeah. People.
I got the ones that I can on my digital ledger. I think there's one of them that I couldn't put on the digital ledger, but all the rest, my other 6 are on the digital ledger. So
no, what
the
I'm
bank's
asking,
not holding my shit. I am. I'm holding my keys.
Okay, what I'm asking.
That part. He's asking about a financial house,
a turnkey, right?
Financial house that says, listen, when you buy stocks here, we secure your crypto. We have it under secure, and you don't have to worry. When you're ready to sell, you come in, access it through your safety deposit. We help you to set up all of that. Your securities are all right. It is insured. That means if somebody break your code, we will cover it. There's nothing like that.
They can't break your code. They cannot break your code because you're on your own digital technology ledger. You're on the DLT technology, a digital ledger technology. All right.
Not only that.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me finish. The ledger. Okay. You are controlling that. You have the passwords. You have all that. Not the bank. Nobody else. No other company. It's you. So when you buy them, then you transfer them over to your ledger. If possible, then they're safe, and you don't have to worry about it no more.
I don't trust myself. That's the thing. I don't trust myself because you know how many horror stories I've heard when people have tried to use whatever key that they've recorded and then the key wasn't correct. They either missed they copy and pasted or they put a space somewhere.
Yeah.
And then they lost $50,000, $50K in one transaction. I don't trust myself. Right.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of safety I need.
That don't exist.
Something that's gonna protect me from me. Not protect me from the bank. I need protection from me because I'm the dumbass.
There's not that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
There's not that out there. And the other thing too, and if let's be honest, back in the day, people used to put it on drives, thumb drives or CD or the lot of information somewhere. But you and I know that in this house, I have a bag with about 20 thumb drives. If you walk in my house, you can find a thumb drive. You don't have to
exactly.
look. You don't have to look. I have a bag with about 20 new thumb drives. Right? Thumb drives get lost. Thumb drives get corrupted. Right? Not so much as back in the day. Now that especially if you buy good ones, not so much. But they can get corrupted, you can lose them. Right? If you upload something to the cloud, the cloud might be more secure nowadays, but it's still vulnerable. I know that you into IT. So because if the great if Apple can be compromised, if Sony can be compromised, if Microsoft can be compromised, anybody can be compromised.
Absolutely.
Because hackers don't sleep. I know this dude who was a hacker. And when you look at his setup in his basement, you say, seriously? This dude literally had server racks, X amount of computer, all kind of things. Because people spend hours trying to break into people's shit.
Right. And you don't know where his money's coming from.
Right. Always trying to break into people's shit. And those Koreans and those Russians don't play. They have factories full of people in Korea and Russia whose only job is to break into people's shit. So you telling me that you have like a password, that don't mean shit to the Koreans. If the great Pentagon can be broken into by the Koreans, you and your little crypto password key, you don't mean shit to them.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right. And essentially the Pentagon is a fortress. If
It's
anybody
fortress.
have
you're right.
ever visited,
A word wouldn't. Hold on. A word wouldn't be good enough. But when you got 25 words that you got to repeat, I think it'll be a little bit harder.
Yeah. And you better not.
Which you have to have to get into it.
And again, I could barely remember my 15 character password. Let's know it's 25 word. That's why I say I need the protection from myself because again, right? When you're not careful, that's why I was like, okay, well, is there any sort of, I guess you would say a traditional investment clearinghouse or investment house
no,
where you can go and say, okay, well, boom, I want to get into crypto, and then they can handle the transactions seamlessly for me. Give me a booklet and say, here's all your stuff, and then plus, if you mess it up, right, we've got a backup of this for you, right?
Nope.
No, let's see.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
That's why, I don't. Maybe not.
Nope.
I don't think crypto's for me. Again,
nope.
I'm an old fogey. I'm careful with my money. So
what you can do is that your Google Drive, you can create a PDF with your key on it to remember your key, encrypt it, and save it in your Google Drive. That will be forever because all you have to remember is the Google password, right? And then it's in your drive.
Yeah.
So
you better make sure when you add that key to the to that PDF that it's absolutely right.
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 And then the other thing you do with the drive now, the other thing you do, you set up a Google account. You have two-step authentication where it sends you when you put it in, it sends it to the phone number that you have
Right. Right.
with another thing to type in and all that shit. So it's depending on your phone access also.
And again, to your point, Stoopies, when you spread out your exposure over 10 coins, even if you screw up one, right, you're not losing all of your money.
You're not losing all your
Again,
money.
exactly.
But
Right. So
sometimes
you can afford to lose one, but you better not lose the one that's making the money. So
the big
again,
fish. You don't want to
right.
lose the big fish.
But again, right, your risk, you're spreading your risk. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. All right. You know.
Maybe the one blows up and the other 6 are just late bloomers. Don't mean that they're duds. They might just be late bloomers.
There you go. Maybe.
Yes. And then what you do when the one that blew up, you take a piece of that profit and you invest in 6 other ones. So now you have 12 waiting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. If you had the money and you had like a couple thousand coins, like say you had 10,000 coins, and it hit $1,000. Well, you sell 10 coins. If you sell 1,000 coins, right? And then keep the rest, hold the rest, because if it's like I said, if it's just if it gets to that much, you know what I'm saying, you would say, oh, I want to spend them all, but you don't want to spend them all. You just only want to spend a certain percentage. And then once it goes down, you can use a little bit of that money, if you still have it, to buy back what you sold, or buy just, some more back, because it's going to have another rise. See?
Why don't you just start a business that does crypto management services? You can probably make more money on crypto management services than in any of this investment stuff.
No, most of them paranoid. Most of those fuckers paranoid.
They will never let you lay a hand on their keys.
They're paranoid as shit.
You got access to private keys and all that kind of shit, man. I wouldn't want that type of pressure.
Hey, it sort of defeats the purpose, right, stupid?
Yeah, they're paranoid as shit.
What they say? They say if you don't have if it's not your key, it's not your coin, right?
Yeah, right. The paranoid.
I get it.
And they're up all night, all day. I remember the first time I tried some bullshit when it was coming around. When it was before crypto was forex trading. That was a big thing. And
it's another pet peeve of mine. But then go ahead.
Yeah. And I had like 3 big ass monitors, 3 32-inch monitors, and you're watching the peak, you're watching the rise, and you're buying foreign exchange, and you're up all night because this market closed and this market open, and you're in it, and it's like the stress that is associated with it. That's the nice thing about crypto, Crypto is idiot proof. You buy the coin and you sit on it, right? While Forex was, you have to be on it all night watching it. You say, I'm going to try and make some money today.
Purposeful, you know that, right?
Huh?
Also, you was day trading
purpose,
it.
Right?
You was day trading, Stu Peas.
Yeah, in Forex.
Was you day trading or like week trading? Weekly trading or day trading on the regular basis?
I was night trading on a regular basis. Because most of the markets that I buy. Yes,
all night trading.
Yeah. Because you wasn't buying really US dollars. Because the US dollars don't really move. The US dollar don't really move, so you don't really invest in that. You try to invest in other currencies.
Yeah. It's one of those things that they teach you these, and this is my corporate finance class, right? In business school, they teach you in terms of like what they say market theory, right? And one of the very first things they teach you in market theory, right, is this whole idea that that you can, well, they teach you about Forex, but I'll get into Forex a bit later, right? But one of the first things they teach you about is about using technical analysis to win in the stock market, right? Have you ever seen these people, these day traders with these technical analysis charts, and they're tracking, okay, well, this is going to happen then, and this or whatever, this is going up and this is going down. You see the bars, right? One of the whole ideas about efficient market theory is that all information that comes into the market, right, will rapidly be priced into the market, right? So all the information, right, that comes in or leaves out, right, it's already priced in. So you can't really make money, right, based on these small swings in dips and dives, right? Because if you could do that, right, everybody would do it. Everybody would do it because it would be relatively simple, because you're basically using information that comes into the market. All the information is readily accessible to everybody, right? And it would just nullify all the profits.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what you call efficient market theory, right? So this idea that you can use technical analysis to beat the market, you can't do it. Right?
That's just what Forex was about.
Right, but that's just stock. That's just stock. But Forex is, or foreign exchange is something slightly different, right? So when it comes to foreign, when making money off of a currency manipulation, right? They already recognize that that's a potential, and there are levers in place to make sure it doesn't happen. I'll just say that.
Yeah, but remember back in the day, we used to be playing in the market.
Right.
And sometimes you make a money, and sometimes you lose a money. You lose. It looks like half of the time you're lucky if you break even.
Yeah.
You're lucky if you break even.
Some of the most brilliant people on the planet can't make money in Forex. Right. Let's know you'll do better with technical analysis, I think.
No, right. With Forex, it wasn't a gamble.
And even
you watch it.
Right. And even the people who do technical analysis probably won't make a profit. More than likely won't make a profit. Actually, they'll lose money. Really, you'll lose money, right? It's not so the only real way, right, is investing in the market, right? Investing in businesses, right? Because all of this stuff, this is the whole, what we call efficient market theory. These are ways to get around the market and do all these things. It's already priced in. It's already been, unless you've got like some type of machine that's connected directly to the stock market and to the exchange, and you're getting information before anybody else.
Or connections in it. Don't forget connections in there.
Or the only other way, right? There is one way that you can consistently make money, right, above the average in the stock market, and that's called insider trading, and it's illegal.
Yeah, no, back in the day, remember,
right?
What they had to do at the stock market is that some people, because how the internet moves, right? Is that the farther away you are from the hub, they get your signal last.
Yeah.
Right? So some people were using that to manipulate the bank.
Right. Moving.
So when some
closer.
people was buying, some people moved closer to the market next door. So they were aware that this stock was jumping, so they bought.
Yeah.
And they manipulated the market that way. But they were making like pennies on the dollars. And it might not look like much, but if you're doing that 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 times for the day, you're making dollars on the dollars.
Absolutely.
Right? Lots of people was doing that. Right. But then when you look back at it, you realize that this market, look, I tell people, if you're going into Bitcoin, get $200 that you're not going to cry over, and go and buy the cheapest coins you can find that look like they will move. Because you grab one, you grab the right one, that $200 can turn into 30,000. You get out. And you do it again.
Absolutely.
But that means you don't lose nothing more than $200 or $500. But
That's
if
all the
you,
rich people are doing.
It's a
yeah,
gamble. It's a
but if
gamble.
but if
Well, it's
you
not for them.
but
Not for
if you
them because they got the money. They got the money
but,
to play. See, if you buy a coin at 3 cents and it goes up to 10 cents, like I said, and you bought a billion of them because you had the money. See, the rich people can play that game. They can play the dips and the rises in the stock market. And in my opinion, this is me talking, but they are the ones who create this recession and depression in the world because it happens. It's not the first time it happened. It's happened on numerous occasions throughout history, all right, instead of the United States. So the recession and depression is when they, and it always comes with a war too, okay? So let's just get that. So you cause the recession or depression. The prices are low, so you buying stuff up pennies on the dollar because the market, everything's low when you have a war. The markets are down when you have a war. The markets are down when you have a recession, and the markets is down when you have a pandemic, and we have all three. So the market is way down. So they buying shit up pennies on the dollar, and then when they come up out of this bullshit, then they can sell it at regular price and make a killing because they bought a billion of them because they had the money to do it. Playing the fluctuation.
Who is they? You could have
The
done the
ones
same
the
thing.
people who have enough money. I said the people who have enough money to buy.
Have you been buying
enormous amounts of coins or stocks or whatever, and then when it goes up and goes down, they play the fluctuation, just like the housing market.
You've been doing that, right? You should have. I'm quite sure you've been
I
watching
have.
the market and during this temporary bear. We call this temporary bear market that we've had, right? It's as temporary as it was a bear market, right? And now it seems like we're emerging out of it at this point. I think
starting to get a little bit more bullish.
Today,
gas going down.
Today I think we're officially out of a bear market, right? And again, right, during this entire pandemic, right, which has been about 2 years, right? I guess if you've been, consistently investing into the market, right, you would have been making some really, really good money.
But the market is subsidized. The market has been subsidized for the last 2 years.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure.
The market
when oil drops down to like $6 a barrel, and you can buy it up, and then when it goes back up to $60 a barrel, you know what I'm saying? Look at how much money you're gonna make, and if you bought a whole bunch of them, you're gonna make a whole bunch of money.
Yeah,
that's how they play that game.
You've been buying your Chevron, right? You've been buying your Chevron stock, right? I said you've been buying your Chevron stocks, right?
No, I'm talking about barrels of oil. You can buy barrels of oil too. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's through Chevron.
I never bought a barrel of oil, but I bought some quite a few shares of Chevron.
A friend of mine. Yeah, a friend of mine did.
I'm curious.
He was invested in barrels of oil.
If you buy some barrels of oil, how that works? That's interesting.
He's talking about futures, like investing in futures.
Right.
Maybe when people buy oil when it's low, I say okay.
Oil futures, right?
Oil futures. Yeah.
I'm just waiting for it to go back up,
But you can buy you can buy specific an oil future. Who do you purchase an oil future from?
Now that I don't know, but I know my friend was he was invested in. He told me about it.
It's on the market.
And then that's when I found out about this cryptocurrency. So I started on that. But I was thinking about looking into it. But look into it. Look into it. Look into it, brother. See how much a barrel of oil costs.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's very, very interesting. Because then you're sort of decoupling yourself from an individual energy company, and then you're just investing in the commodity. Like you're buying commodities.
Yeah, people sell commodities like corn or grain, and like if I had the money, I'd invest in grain now because grain is going to pop off and get very expensive.
Yeah, it just,
You still a capitalist, but you're not out here tearing up the world to do it. You just
I'm not trying to.
invested minimally.
No, like grain is going to take off because as is now, like the demand is high.
Absolutely. You know what they did to remember that. I guess this was I saw this in the news as well. Grain. Ukraine is a big grain export, right?
Right.
And then this recent, I guess, agreement that Russia had with Ukraine said that they would not block grain exports from the Ukraine, and this was last week, I think.
Yeah.
And I think they ended up turning their they turned away from that on the same week that they signed the agreement to not block grain exports. They ended up like sinking like a ship or doing something crazy. It was like they basically got a complete blockade on exports from the Ukraine. So they're blocking grain exports, which some people would consider a human rights violation, right? Because now you're inhibiting, because some places, right, are they're dependent on Ukraine grain for their food.
A lot of the world.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, one of the biggest grain producers.
Right, in the world.
But see,
you know.
what's happening real quick. What's happening is, you are cutting back the world supply of grain. You're not only affecting your enemies, you're affecting your allies. So you're gonna have to open up them lines sometime. That's just the way I see it. Because your allies is gonna be mad at you too. Africa is one of your allies.
Great point. That's a great point. Yeah. It's calculated. You have to calculate that.
Exactly. They're gonna have to open them up. You not only hurting your friends, I mean your foes, you hurting your friends too.
Everybody gotta eat, literally.
That's right.
Not eat.
That's right.
Man.
That's right.
Grain is the next big thing that is going to be. Oil and gas is going to go through the roof this winter if the war in Ukraine continues. The Saudis not going to produce excess. The Saudis are the biggest assholes in the world.
Yeah, they won't lift a finger if it's not in their interest. So.
Right. And then
the House of Saud won't do it.
The House of Saud, and then America controls 51% of the Saudi oil. But through Amoco, and it's an American company. So when oil increase, they don't mind, because there's some Americans getting very rich.
Yeah.
Because oil didn't have to jump the other day. It did not have to jump because America is not reliant upon Russian oil. So Russian oil should not have affected the American market in no way and form.
No, it's the world market. It's the world. It's the supply on the world market. So it's not just that we may not be dependent on it, but the supply, right? The overall supply affects or not infects us, but affects us.
No, but it shouldn't have, because guess what? It shouldn't have, because all right, at the same time when oil was being increased, America was exporting oil.
Okay, so you're saying it should have already been priced in.
Right, it should already been priced in. They were exporting oil. America was exporting it, so there wasn't a shortage. Because according to the demand supply rule, is that demand and supply is what rule price.
Right.
But there was no increased demand, and there was no shortage of supply. The price should not have been adversely affected as the way it was.
So you just saying it was a manipulation. It was
a manipulation, and the market was greed. Was primary greed. People used it, and as soon as people started complaining, Biden went and talked to them, and all of a sudden, what changed? What changed that caused gas to drop to less than $4 a gallon? You tell me what changed? Nothing changed. Nothing changed more than the manipulation changed.
Hmm.
That Biden went and said, listen, we are going to tax the fuck out of you now. Stop it. And they stopped. And it went down slowly until it is under $4 a gallon again.
But question
not-
is that the market working properly, right? Regulation, government intervention, right? Is that I guess an example of how it should work?
No, but the market, when it comes to oil,
Mhm.
when it comes to oil and gas, it was never ever ruled by the market. It was never ever ruled by the market. It is in America, it is like prescription drug. Prescription drug is never ever ruled by the market because you do not have an alternative to gasoline for cars. So as a result, you do not have an alternative for insulin for diabetic. So
Mhm.
the result of that, if I produce insulin, I can charge whatever the fuck I want because you don't have the choice except to use it. What you're going to say, you're not going to take your insulin for your diabetes to prevent diabetic shock. You're not going to drive your car to go to work.
No, the market says that, okay, well, since you're charging X for this insulin subscription,
We buy less.
there should be another company that's willing to charge a different price for this same insulin subscription, right? And the competition should either increase the quality or drive the cost down or both, right?
But there's no
It's
competition in the
market
market.
theory.
No, but
Unless there is no competition.
unless there's no competition, because
Mhm.
you have to understand, oil in America is a monopoly.
Mhm.
We don't want to believe it or not. When Rockefeller was forced to break up Standard Oil, right? He
Mhm.
broke it up into 10 companies, but he still retained a lot of stocks in all of the companies that he broke it up into. So Chevron was one Standard Oil. Most of the gas stations in America was one Standard Oil. And Rockefeller still owned a large percentage of all of those companies that became billion-dollar companies overnight. So Rockefeller got richer when Standard Oil broke up. It's the same companies.
Mhm.
And then these companies, a lot of these companies use the same refinery. So the refinery that is making gas for Esso, if Esso is here, is the same refinery is making gas for Shell,
Absolutely. Right.
right? All they do is just different trucks go and collect it. But it's the same refinery. So these refineries decide the price. And based on the additives that they add to it, they tell you that, oh, Shell is a cleaner burning gas. You can pay a premium for it. Or this gas is a nicer gas, you'll pay more for it. But it's the same refinery. So it's not competition, it's monopoly. But it's like a crack dealer decides to listen, all of these corners are mine. I have 10 corners. But I going call what you sell blue magic and what you sell yellow purple magic. But you're all getting it from me. So when it is shit, you go to that person and say, oh, he's selling shit, not knowing that's the same shit everybody's selling. It's the same thing. When people tell you about capitalism, it's only certain things that are capitalistic. Look at the pharmacies in America. The two major pharmacies. What's the two major pharmacies that you know?
I would say Pfizer.
No, pharmacies.
Pharmacies
Yeah, what's the two major pharmacies?
that actually sell drugs
Yeah,
directly
Walgreens. Yeah,
to the
Walgreens.
consumer. Right?
Yeah, Walgreens, and what's the other one name? Walgreens
CVS, right?
and
Walgreens and
and,
CVS. That's what I
and
see.
CVS. Yes.
Yep.
You know that one bought the other.
Those are drugstores.
Drugstore,
Mhm.
pharmacy, drugstore. You
Mhm.
know that one bought the other.
Really? So they're both essentially owned by the same company
Yeah,
on the back end. I do understand that piece where on the back end you could have the same holding company, right? But both
yes.
are with a different brand, both owned by the same holding company. Right.
By the same holding company. So when you now go to Walgreens and think that it's competing, it's almost like you go to Sam's Club and think that you're not going to Walmart. Right? It's the same company. And a lot of these companies,
I can believe. Yeah, that's perfectly believable. Yeah, that happens all the time. Right? Exactly. That's just like when you
and taking away the competition.
It's the similar thing when you go to Pizza Hut and you buy a pizza and you drink a Pepsi and all that. It's basically all owned by the same company with different labels on it.
Same company
Right.
with
different
labels.
Right. Why not?
When you go to the Coke machine and you see all of those drinks in the Coke machine when you go to Wendy's, it's the same company own all of those flavors.
Right. Same example. Right.
You still buy a Pepsi.
Right. It's the same.
So there's no competition. You still buy. You say, "Oh, I don't like Coke. Coke's too expensive. I'm going to buy a Sprite." It's the same company, and that's what's happening now. Is that a lot of these companies buy up each other. They buy up each other, right? And sometimes they change the name, and sometimes they don't.
Yeah, if it's in their interest, right? Yeah, no, I'll keep you. If you got a good brand name, I'll keep it. Right. If not, if I just want your technology, I'll take your technology and wipe your name. Right. Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely.
Do you wear glasses?
Yes. Yeah.
You know that if you go to LensCraft or you go to some other lens place, it's the same company make all the glasses. The same company that make Ray-Bans, make 10 other sunshades, make all the glasses. All the high-end glasses are made by the same company.
So they just slap a Ray-Ban on, or they slap a sunshade, or they slap a Nike on it, or whatever you want to do.
It's the same company making all the glasses, making all the lens. So now when you think that you're not supporting, it's the same company.
Yeah.
It's the same company. Right? And but the fool is to tell you that is a monopoly, that people are competing. Only people compete is mom and pops. And who mom and pops compete with? Mom and pops only compete with themselves. They can't compete with Walmart. Can the mom and pops compete with Walmart? No, hell they can't.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Right. At that particular level, when you're on the back end of the production process, at the production level, yeah, I can imagine.
On the production level,
especially if there's nothing. I guess you would say that relies on a unique patent. If you have a unique patent in terms of a technology or something, then yes, then you would see, okay, well, there's some competition at play. But if there's no unique patent and you're only really relying on production, right? Yeah, it's, I could see that being what they call it, the commoditization, right? You've been commoditized, right? And in technology, that's the whole fight. We do a fight against being commoditized. We do it by introducing advanced capabilities, right? In technologies. That's the only way that keeps things from being that gives you a competitive advantage, so to speak, right? Technology and capabilities is what gives you a competitive advantage. If you don't have that, then you will be commoditized, and then you're basically, whoever can produce the said product for the lowest cost at the highest volume will do it. Exactly. Right.
All right. Yep. The EU just make a ruling the other day. The EU ruling is that iPhones now by next year, all iPhone chargers has to be USB-C. They're getting rid of if you want to sell an iPhone in Europe, that lightning bullshit charger, no, you have to convert to USB Type-C. They're standardizing chargers. They said there's no need for anybody to have a proprietary charging port. Right? Everybody's going to have a USB Type C
Mhm.
because sometimes it works out cheaper for the consumer,
Yeah, absolutely.
right? But you have to have something else on the back end extra to offer the consumer to differentiate your product from somebody else's product, or else you're going to be swallowed by the bigger, by the bigger company
Mm.
because he's going to outprice and outproduce you, and then you'd have to sell to him, and he's just going to keep your company name.
Mm.
It's like back in the day, I used to enjoy the NFL and the NBA.
Mhm.
I don't know when I watch it for the games now. But guess what? The NBA is one team. The name of the team is the NBA.
That's a good point.
The NFL is one team. The name of the team is the NFL. Don't let them fool you.
Mhm.
Dallas not playing Chicago.
Right.
Right.
Everything is the same. It's the same experience. If you go to see the Dallas Cowboys, if you go to see the Green Bay Packers, you may have a little bit of difference, but it's all franchised and it's all commoditized, homogenized, and
It's the same team. You have some years you have better teams.
right?
Some years you decide this team is going to be the better team,
Mhm.
and next year is going to be that team is going to be the better team. Outliers rarely ever compete or win. Tell me if it's not. Tell me if outliers ever win in the NBA. Has there ever been a Cinderella team that wins? Never. It's the same team. The system is rigged. It's rigged. But a lot of people don't talk about it because they say, "Oh no, 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 you're spoiling it for me."
Yeah, you know,
No.
a lot of people say that. That's why a lot of people, I guess you would say, lean towards the collegiate sports. But again,
Right.
they collegiate sports have their own basket of problems as well. So
Same basketball problem.
yeah. Okay.
Because gone are the days where I get 11 of the baddest dudes in my neighborhood, and I walk down to your neighborhood, and you get 11 of the baddest dudes in your neighborhood, and we said we're going to play a game of soccer, basketball, or football, and who win is the better neighborhood. You don't have that in the NFL or the NBA because these players come from every neighborhood. And we'll pool them together and we'll divide them. So we'll pool all the players together and we'll say, who picked first this year? Oh, you came last, you picked first, you this, that. You can trade your pick. But we'll pick from a pool and we'll separate them out. They have no affiliation with the neighborhood they came from. The only thing that remains constant is the jersey, not the players. You might develop a liking for the players, but the players is not from your neighborhood.
Oh man. So
You understand what I'm saying to you?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm getting ready to drop off, man. We've been up all night.
All right.
Dude, you've been going on all day as well. I saw you over on
No,
the Garfield's channel.
I was on no because I like to irritate Reggie.
I saw you was on his head. I'll tell you.
Yeah, I enjoy irritating Reggie.
Hey, he was. Yeah, go ahead.
Because him thinking, him box himself in Dr. Ben, not realizing that Dr. Ben was a snake oil salesman.
Yeah, he's
Not
gonna
because,
have to do it.
yeah, not because Socrates taught Plato and Plato taught Aristotle means that Aristotle has to think like Socrates. No, we take the best from the teachers and we move on. We carry it a little further.
Right.
But he don't understand that he's supposed to take the best from Dr. Ben. And so Dr. Ben, you was a snake oil salesman. You were. I love you like a brother, but you was.
Right.
But you can't see it.
And you have I've read some of Dr. Ben's work, right? And here's my honest assessment of it, right? There are certain things, right, I say, like, for instance, the Black Man of the Nile and his family, right? For me, it was sort of his treatise. It was sort of a defiance of what was happening in terms of some of the anti-Black sentiments that was happening in Egyptology, you know, the race-based science that was happening then. And it's also is his way of standing in defiance of Orthodox religion, right? If you ever read, have you read Black Man of the Nile and his family?
I've tried started reading it, but
it's very tough. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough reading, isn't it?
It's an ugly read because
it's not standard. If you're reading, used to reading like collegiate textbooks or school books or anything like it's nothing like that. It's like a bunch of notes together. But again, there's a few chapters in it that sort of have what you would say a cohesive thought in
a continuity to it. Yeah.
Exactly. And I think if you look, I think it was like chapter 5. It's one of the biggest chapters. And again, this is Black Man, because Black Man and Nile and his family, I think, is one of his most popular works. Right. And I think that's where he, in that one chapter, he sort of culminates his whole sort of idea or the reason why he wrote it. Right. And I understand, right, after reading that one chapter, I sort of understand his approach. Right. And I'm being generous, right, as much as I can be. Right. It's, you know, every scholar could make you may not be accurate on this particular point or that particular point, but I understand after sort of reading and kind of putting myself in the time and place that they were, he was writing it as in defiance of what was happening at the time. So I can kind of understand Dr. Benz's stance. You know,
it's like the Rastas. It's like the Rastas.
Right.
It's like it's an answer to the colonialists when Rasta was formed.
Exactly.
It was like the Harlem Renaissance. It's like the Harlem Renaissance was a response to how Black people was treated, where our major poet, artists, and those people were in Harlem at the time, and it was an explosion of Black thought.
Right. And you can hear it in his words, right? He talks about some of the notorious people in Egyptology, like Reisner and Breasted and the people who made claims that, you know, Black people were subhuman. He talks about how religion was used against people worldwide. And when you listen to his words, right, in that regard, I could say, yeah, okay, I can understand why people would gravitate towards Dr. Penn being in the 60s or even today, right? I can say, okay, well, yes, is everything in this book particularly spot on from a scientific and archaeological perspective? Maybe not, right? But this I don't think the work was written for that. This work was written as a treatise against Orthodox religion, right? And the ill things that it has done, and some of the scientific racist pieces in what they have done to the continent of Africa. So I just leave it there, right? And you have to look at it for what it is. You know what I mean? That's how I look at his work. I look at it for what it is.
Yeah, but it is fairy tale. It is fairy tale. I tried starting reading it, and when I realized that he was not formally trained in writing. Right? He was not formally trained in writing.
Yeah. Right.
Because, all right, Garfield book is not bad. I tell Garfield all the way. But it is not no masterpiece. Mm-hmm. Writing a book requires your first book is sometimes your worst book.
Yeah.
Very few people first book is the greatest book.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because your first draft is garbage most of the time. You have to rewrite and rewrite and rewrite.
Right.
Right? You have to rewrite. You have to get your start courses.
Tell me, you're telling me, right? As a guy that had to work a master's thesis, yeah, it's
No, I used to
garbage,
write. I tell people, say,
garbage.
I don't have a master's.
Right.
I used to write master's thesis. I used to charge good money for master's thesis,
Oh, bro.
right? Because I didn't figure it out back in the days how to do it. Because when my wife was doing her master, first wife was doing her master's, I wrote it for her, right?
Oh,
Because I based upon the notes, and then afterwards I figured I can write this shit. So every now and then somebody will come and say, I need help. And I say, what the thesis, what is the what information, what kind of study, what this, that. We'll go over it. I will sit down with first draft, we'll set out the methodology, and we'll move on from there.
mm,
Right? But people talking all kind of foolishness. Writing is a science. There's a I said earlier, there's a poetry to writing. Hope it's like,
especially scholarly writing.
especially scholarly writing. When you write it, people, I can read something. You know that writing, forensic people can figure out who writes something based on the style.
I can imagine. Yeah.
If you write enough, even when you use a pseudonym, somebody who know your writing style will say, no, this look like a Stephen King book.
Mm-hmm.
The words
It's
you
called the
use,
tone, right? It's your writing
right?
tone.
It's a
Right.
writing tone.
Right.
They figure you out.
That's how most people get caught with plagiarism, right? You don't even
Yeah.
really, you don't even have to run your work through a plagiarism checker. Most professors don't start out that way. They know when your writing tone changes. Once your writing tone changes, something fishy is going on, right?
Because the first time the professor read your work, he assess you already. The first time the professor read your work, he assess you.
Absolutely.
How you know he assess you? You'll see him circle thing and say, good point. Ray, this is a good point. That's the right direction. Like if you have a thorough professional, we'll go through your paper and give you hints. The second time him read the paper, based on the first paper, he's going to decide, no, this shit is not yours. This shit is not yours. You don't jump from what it was to that, or this shit is yours. Certain people paper when you read it, it's like a delight. Certain people books when you read it, it is a delight. It is an easy read. It is an easy read. It's a delight.
Right.
Your boy can't write for shit. The something the plan, the inner city plan is bullshit. For somebody who has been writing for so many years, it is one of the hard.
Right.
It is a hard read. I know
Right.
you have read it too.
Right.
It is a hard read.
Right. It'll even fool you, right? As a person that's pretty proficient in reading, right? And you're reading, you're just like, okay, well, am I a dummy?
It is
I have to read this 2 or 3 times to try to figure out what this is saying. It's like, no, it's not you, right?
It's not you. It is a hard read. And you tell
Right.
people that all the while, say, listen, it is a hard read. And when you say you have people in your circle, and if you have people in your circle who are professors and teachers, and you bring your work to them, and they let you put that work out into the public, they are not your friends.
Mm.
They are not your friends. Because the professor's favorite tool is his pen. And you show insight that why don't approach it this way? Why don't use this time? Why that go there? Why is that? I already said, I said, this dude, that's a hard read. Who teach you how to write?
And I mentioned it to Brother Reggie. I was like, man, no, it's like I try to get through the works, and and how he sort of explains it is that those books are sort of a culmination of his teaching notes, right? It's not really compiled in a way that's really supposed to be like a really a book or a novel or anything like that, or even like a traditional work of nonfiction. What it is just is like a culmination of them available to the public, right? And that's how why it looks so unorthodox, right? And it's very unorthodox, right? But again, it is what it is.
You know, to thine own self be true. Them say that is written on the wall of Delphi. To thine own self be true. And he's not being honest. To thine own self be true. He's not being honest. That is bullshit. If you're putting stuff together, even from your teaching notes, no, not like that. Not like that. Not like that. Not like that. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. You have written papers at the master's level. This dude was teaching at the master's level, or let's say he was teaching at the bachelor's level. When you write a paper, and remember when you write your first draft to your master's thesis, and you brought it to your professor and he was looking over it, how nervous he was that this man is going to rip this shit to pieces.
Right. And it was worse than I thought. Right. Absolutely.
Especially because all they ask, how you do it now is that he will copy. He'll have two screens up. If you're in a professor's office, he'll have two screens up. He'll have the original draft that you send him, and he'll make a copy of that draft and put it on another screen. And then he'll use Word to edit that draft. Yep. And red line, blue line, cut that, wrong statement. And he's just going through the two things, reading that, and then go on this one, cut it up, this, that. And when it's done, email it back to you. And when you get it back, you're seeing red line, mark out. It's like every page.
You got to redo.
Like every
just
page.
Redo. Just rewrite the entire thing.
Yeah. Am I lying? That's how the professor.
That's how it works. That's how it works.
Two screens up, one with the original draft, one with a copy. Right. I'm marking up the copy.
Right. Yep. You can imagine, right? And it's continuous as you progress, right? And for me, what it was about 6 months. It's about 6 months of that process, right? And you're talking about you're turning in about 10 pages at a time,
right?
Completely rewriting it every time, then culminating everything to about 60 pages at the end of 6 months that you're continuously rewriting, right? But
every night.
But at the end of it, you'll be surprised at the end product. You'll be like, did I really produce that?
You ever look at the primary draft, the first draft that you send to the professor,
right?
And the final draft.
And the final.
Have you ever compared both of them?
Oh my God. Yeah, exactly. Right. I did. And
that's how
it's almost like your thoughts aren't even the same.
That's how I learned to write master's thesis.
Right.
Because the first one was a total disaster. And I learned from the first one.
Right.
The second one wasn't bad. I've written about 6 master's theses for people because after a while you figure out how the professors wanted to approach these theses.
Right.
Because if you're supposed to write a new paper, it would be not like the first draft you ever enter.
Right.
It would be closer to the final draft because you learned.
Right. Because what a master's thesis is supposed to be, right? It's supposed to be short enough or concise enough that addresses a specific topic where it can be published in an academic journal, right?
Right.
As a single piece of as a single work, right? As opposed to what you would say a PhD, what you would say dissertation, which is broader in subject matter, right? And a PhD, what you would say a PhD thesis is something that you would have to break down across maybe 5 or 6 article publications, right? But again, the master's thesis is supposed to be concise, very scholarly and targeted in terms of your topic.
As
Right.
a specific topic.
Right.
As a specific topic. Right?
Right. And
And the
sometimes
data
that's
that
even harder, right? Sometimes being very targeted is even harder than being broad, right?
because you have no time. Like today, Reggie used the word
It's
some.
limited. Your time is limited. Exactly.
He used the word some, and I said, you cannot use the word some. Some is a scientific word if you use it in certain papers. Oh, is some scientific now? Word like minority, majority, some. They're not specific enough. So it's implied that some do not. Bring him write papers. It's because him never write a master's papers. Him don't understand that when you use certain words to describe a situation, you have to be very careful. Professors rip you apart.
Right. Right. Exactly. Right. You have to be specific. If you're not being specific, there's like, what are you talking about? No, you know, you're what you're doing. You're not giving me anything that's interesting. Right? That's their thing. It's like, if you're not giving me anything interesting to read, right? Why should I give you a grade?
Right.
You know, that's the thing. You know, it's like, okay, well, may or could or some say, yeah, exactly. No, they don't want. No, you have to be authoritative in what you're saying. You have to be authoritative for one thing, right? And that's why I told you to do a literature review, so you can kind of know what the hell you're talking about at the very end of your paper, right? So you can speak authoritatively. You know?
No. But that is a part of it. Data collection. A literary review is part of data collection also. Because you compare and contrast, go out there and see what's going on. No, I read so much thing. I stop reading. I believe that anybody in the conscious community writing a paper on any topic, it shouldn't be more than 50 pages.
No,
you are not qualified enough to write more than 50 pages.
Right. Because be honest, I don't think that most people in the conscious community, they don't do a comprehensive literature review either. You know what I think they do? I think they read a couple books on a particular subject and they say that they read the literature. That's not a literature review, right? For me, when I went through my master's thesis, where they said, okay, well, Brendan, I need you to do a literature review, right? And what they told me, they said, okay, well, I need you to bring 30 pieces of academic, basically academic articles, right? Academic pieces into your paper, right? You need 30 academic references, right? Yeah, I said, okay, well, that doesn't sound too bad, 30. But then again, it was the caveat. But then it was the caveat to get 30, you got to read 60 because half of them you're going to throw out.
Right. Because
because it's not going to be pertinent. It's not going to be pertinent to your topic.
Back in the day, it was 25. It's 30 now?
It's about 30. Yeah, they wanted me to do 30. Say
30 is a lot, And then you have to, because you not only you have to put them in your paper too,
Right, in your references, in your paper. At the end of it, you have to have 30 academic references, right? Scholarly journal references. No books, right? No newspapers, any of that stuff. No. 30 academic references, right? Which basically academic journals, right? They don't want anything but academic journals. So, with that, I'll say, okay, well, I can do that. But again, they say to do it, you're going to have to read 60 to 70, right? Because you're narrowing things down, right? Into saying what is pertinent, what is relevant to the topic, right? So half of them, the overwhelming majority of the stuff you're going to have to throw out.
No,
right?
You have to throw it.
Yeah, you have to throw it out. So
you ever tried to read a journal that I said, listen, I need to get through 5 of these, and it's 10 o'clock
tonight.
I need to
tonight. I got to get 10 tonight.
I need to get some sleep because I need to do this. I need to do that. And if you borrow them from the library, you can't really mark them. And you don't have a photocopy machine at your house. And you're there saying, what page number. And you have your notes beside you. And you're reading this shit and taking notes at the same time because it's not your journal. So you can't mark up the people in journal.
Yeah, I can imagine back then, but they make it easy. It's a lot easier online these days, right?
It's easier now because it's online.
Right.
Back in the day, you had the journal in front of you. You have to get through this shit.
Man. Yeah, that would be a lifesaver. I guess that's why well, back then they made it a little bit easier. Instead of 30, we'll give you 25. Really? Absolutely. That's tough. It's tough work. You know what? And that's the reason why you don't see, right, a lot of people in these communities do this work, because it's hard work. It's hard work, you know. So,
and then you have to learn how to cite properly. Citation. I remember I had to buy citation book. I'm not doing a fucking master's in it. That's why.
Yeah.
And you know what? I did most of that money went to the strip club when I get it, because I had to have fun. But I did enjoy doing it most of the time. But you have to properly cite, properly reference.
Yeah. You know,
it's challenging, but it's fun.
That's a whole thing in and of itself, citation, right? Because if really, I think you will learn the citation piece very early on, because
you have to. That's the first thing.
Because you're not gonna, exactly. You're not gonna get past the first couple assignments if you're not citing correctly, right? So that and the fundamentals of writing and narrowing down and being concise and at least, you know, getting to the point where you kind of know what you're talking about, right? You know, you have to do that very early on, right? Because if you're not doing that, right, the professors aren't gonna take that seriously.
No, they're not taking it seriously.
And again, you know, my professor, she was really, really good, because again, she stayed on me. And Stu, days I just was like, man, I'm just not ready to go over this stuff today. Can we skip tonight? She was like, no, like pull up a meeting. Let's go through what you got. Right. And she would just go through it line by line and just beat it up and do it. It's just like, well, redo it. Let's come back in 2 days. And she kept me on track. I tell you. And you know, if it was up to me, I probably wouldn't even made it through it. But she kept at it. She hammered me and beat me up. Right. And then at the end of the day, I had a really good product. Right. And it was like, you know what? I was better at the end of the day. I was better, right, going through that process.
No, because
you have to go through that. You got to go through that process. Yep.
But after you go through that process and you learn that shit, right?
Right. It's a skill. It becomes a skill at that point.
And it becomes a skill. And then you start reading other people's shit. After 2 pages, you say this is bullshit. I can't go any further.
Right.
You say, all right, let me give it another try. Let me go up to 10 pages. After 10 pages, many books I buy. That is why I love PDF now, that I can download. Because I'll be mad if I buy the book and after 10 pages, I say,
it's like you're shelving a lot of garbage, right?
Yeah, this dude mind entangled. His thoughts, what is he trying to say? Because the first 10 pages can tell you that no waste of time.
Right. Exactly.
Don't waste your time. Right? Garfield had some white scholars on, and I buy a couple of their books on Amazon, the digital books. And you read their work and you realize, oh, this person learning. I might not agree with the topic, but how they write. And people say they're reading, but when you look at what they write, you say, no, man, you're not reading. Because you're reading, you say, listen, you develop a style, you borrow a style until you can perfect your own style.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Right.
But it's 5 o'clock. Shit. I'm going to work, you know.
It's the mornings, right?
Yeah. I'm going to work.
All right, man. Well, enjoy your day, right? Not enjoy your night, enjoy your day, brother. Right?
Yeah. And the Zoom, yeah?
All right. We'll do. All right, brother.
Later.